go, chat. We are back. Welcome back to day 130. Today's going to be a big day, guys. I got a ton done over the weekend. And check out some of the goals up on the list today. We're going to be spending $1,000 on the newly released Claude Opus 4.6 Fast. We're going to try and launch BridgeVoice on Windows, BridgeSpace on Windows. We're going to be shipping. Let's go, chat. How's everybody doing? Let's turn the chill music on and let's get started today. How's everybody doing? Let's go. All right. So inside of Cursor, we have a new model called Claude Opus 4.6 Fast. This model 6 times the normal price. Oh my gosh. What are we gonna do with this? What are we gonna do with this, chat? I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna spend. Let's go. All right. Let's turn on some work music, and I want to talk a little bit about what I was able to do today. Just turned down the music quite a bit, but let's talk about what I did over the weekend and where the state of things are with BridgeMind. So first of all, we have officially surpassed 70 pro subscribers in BridgeMind. So in the first week, we have already been able to pass 70 paying subscribers, which I haven't even really started pushing or marketing any of the BridgeMind suite of products. All of these subscribers are just coming through the streams. So shout out to everybody that has signed up. We have hundreds of users. Some of those are free, but 80 of you guys have now signed up for the pro. So I really appreciate that. And we're gonna continue to add significant value to this subscription. So, if we actually go back out here, I wanna show you guys like, hey, what are we shipping today? And what is the goal of this week? So we have 2 products that are ready to ship. We have BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice. So these are 2 different products that are in the BridgeMind suite of vibe coding tools. BridgeSpace is an agentic development environment. So this is an incredible tool. I'm going to give a quick demo in a second, but then we have BridgeVoice, which is also an incredible tool. You can see I have BridgeVoice up here, and literally at any moment I can just say, hello there, how are you? And it's able to do voice to text, right? So this is something that has become incredibly useful in vibe coding and agentic workflows in general. It was interesting because I was just talking to some people yesterday, and it is surprising how few people actually understand the true capabilities of artificial intelligence. Whenever I get with people that are talking about goofy chat GPT, it's just kind of interesting. It gives me perspective on how early we are to the game. The people in the BridgeMind community, we are on the cutting edge of this revolution. But with that being said, let me give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the chat here. President Mick, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Jarrett Mercer, let's go, man. Let's go. MPC, let's go. Joshua, how's it going? He said, one man ships apps to Windows faster than the AI corporations. Let's go, man. Yeah, so with the Windows, I'm just going to give you guys a quick breakdown and kind of like tell you guys what I did this weekend. So first of all, I just had a phenomenal weekend. I love vibe coding. I love building, and I do the streaming, but as you guys know, it's like I don't want to be a content creator. This is not like where my true passion is, and I think it's a great thing to do, and I think I'm decent at it. But the thing is like I just genuinely love vibe coding and I love building. So I want to show you guys what I was able to do and give you a quick breakdown of where we're at. So let me go over to GitHub and I'll show you guys where I left off the other day, because we're going to be picking up right where I left off. So let's go over to BridgeMind here. And I'm going to show you guys the GitHub action workflow. So you can see BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice are right here. And what I want to draw your guys' attention to is if I go over to my actions, what you guys are going to see is that we have this workflow right here. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that the build here is successful for Mac, which means that we do have a successful production build working for Mac OS, for BridgeVoice, and for BridgeSpace. We did the same thing with BridgeSpace. So I learned how to construct these action workflows where you basically have to have an Apple developer account. You have to configure a bunch of environment variables inside of your GitHub action workflows, and then that allows you to have a little bit of a better production CI/CD pipeline for these applications. Now, the biggest thing that we're going to be testing, and we are going to be using the newly released Opus 4.6 Fast for this. We're going to spend $1,000 on this model today to really give it a shot. DSAD Drew, what's up, man? How's it going? He said, let's go. 42,000 subscribers today for sure. Yeah, guys, let's try and hit 42,000 subs today. Let's do a quick check of where we're actually at with the sub count, but I definitely think that we could hit 42,000 subscribers. Let's do a quick check and then we'll dive in. But this is huge. You guys can see that the macOS build. So the other thing that you guys can see that the Windows build failed. And the reason that the Windows build is failing is because I actually have not yet set up my environment variables for the window deployment, right? So what I had to do here is you have to get something called, like, what is it called? It's like a signing certificate, basically. The process with this with Apple is like decently complex, but not terrible. You just have to have an Apple developer account. You have to set up like a certificate in your iCloud, not your keychain access. You have to set up a certificate, then you have to encode it, and then you have to set like a password, and all this has to be configured in your GitHub Action workflow so that it can then build this. So we got that done. Now, the only thing as it relates to actually getting this shipped on macOS, I'll kind of show you guys where I left off. So the best practice for actually making it so that these DMG files are actually downloadable is this. So check this out. So it says here, let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can read this. So it says the best practice is S3 plus CloudFront behind your domain, and here's why. Every major desktop app does this. Notion, Linear, Figma, Slack, Discord, they all serve downloads from their own domain. None of them link directly to GitHub releases, even the open source ones. So this is like one very important thing that I learned in this process is that like what we're doing is we're using like GitHub releases, but that's actually not really the best approach. What we want to be doing is we want to set up this configuration. So I think that, hey, let's try and get this shipped on macOS today. And let's also try and get it shipped on Windows today. And let's just keep moving forward, right? Also on the sub check, let's do a quick sub check. We are at 41,835 subscribers. Let's get to 42,000 subs today, guys. I know that we can do it. So if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Somebody said, why cursor instead of anti-gravity? I think that cursor is better. And I do have $10,000 in cursor credits. So let me show this to you guys real quick. I was sharing this on stream, but look at this. So actually, yeah, so I do have $10,000 in cursor credits, and what we're going to be doing today is we are going to be putting this newly released Opus 4.6 fast model to the test. So we're going to spend $1,000 testing this model, and basically this model is supposed to be it's 2.5 times faster than your normal Opus 4.6, okay? So check this out. So this is what Claude released. They said, our teams have been building with a 2.5 times faster version of Claude Opus 4.6. We're now making it available as an early experiment via Claude Code and our API. And then if we go over to Cursor, here's what Cursor said. So they said this. They said, Opus 4.6 fast mode is now available in Cursor. It's 2.5 times as fast in Research Preview. It's priced at $30 per input, $150 per million on the output. For the next 10 days, it's 50% off. So we're going to get this model 50% off. Somebody said, new here, what's the app about? You can do there's a couple slash commands, and a couple people in the chat can help out a little bit. If you just do slash command products here, you'll be able to see the products, but you can also go to BridgeMind.ai, and the goal on the list today is actually, I would like to cross 100 paying subscribers on BridgeMind. You know, it's interesting like how fast we're getting these paying subscribers. You know, I think that there is definitely a community and product alignment with these products. So I think it's a lot easier to get this product into the hands of people that actually need it and want to use it with BridgeMind. So, you know, again, that's why we're working on these vibe coding tools, is because, you know, these tools that we're building are actually like incredible. Like, let's go check out BridgeSpace real quick and I'll show you guys how this works. So BridgeSpace is an ADE, an agentic development environment. And this is like, if you guys are big fans of CLI tools, this is going to be one of the best, this is going to be one of the best ADEs on the market. So if I just do a Command T here, we can set up a new workspace, and I'm going to set up this workspace with, let's say, 6 terminals, right? And I can open it up, and I'm going to go into my desktop, and I'm going to open up, let's just open up BridgeMind, right? So we open up BridgeMind, and I'm going to say I want to launch Claude and Codex agents. I want to launch 3 of each, and then all I have to do is click Next, and it's going to launch this workspace. Here are my Codex agents, and then here are my Claude agents up top. So, you know, this is going to be the new tool that we use for our workflow. So we're going to delete Warp. BridgeSpace is replacing Warp. BridgeSpace is a phenomenal product, and we're going to continuously make it better. But before we start making it better and start building a bunch of features that you know, are going to improve the product, we need to ship it. We have to ship. You know, if you guys are building stuff, it's very important that you guys get to the point where you're actually shipping. And that's what we're going to be working on today. So let's start using this Opus 4.6 fast model, and let's just give it a couple prompts. I want you to know that I am now streaming and everyone can see this conversation, so you need to be very careful with what you share in the conversation. Make sure that you don't share any sensitive information. Okay, Edodac said, how could you show off Bridge Code? Also, did you try OpenCode? Yes, so Bridge Code is a fork of OpenCode with additional features that link into the BridgeMind ecosystem built on top of it. That's going to be shipping after we release BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace, okay? So here's Opus 4.6 fast. Let's see how fast it is. I now need you to review the existing GitHub action workflow and think through what needs to change in our existing action workflow now that we are going to be transitioning to this S3 plus CloudFront setup. Also, before you even do that, I want you to do an in-depth review of both the BridgeMind UI as well as the existing code and workflows, and brainstorm and create a structured plan on how we would actually get it so that we follow the best practices here. We want to make sure that this is done in the correct way. It seems like we took the wrong approach initially, but I want you to just output a detailed to-do list of what needs to be done after you do a thorough review. Okay, so this is I just used BridgeVoice. BridgeVoice is a phenomenal product. It's actually faster than WhisperFlow. And the reason that it's faster than WhisperFlow is what we're gonna be doing with BridgeVoice is we're gonna be building in the option for users to either use cloud use for their voice or local use, right? And WhisperFlow only uses cloud use, right? So what I noticed with WhisperFlow is that there's like a little bit of latency because of the cloud use, and I'll have to like wait for like half a second, and it's so annoying because like, hey, if you're a serious vibe coder, I don't want to be waiting for my voice to get transcribed. I want it to be immediate, right? So we want to give the option for both local use and cloud use, but before we start building in additional features and making this better, you know, we do want to actually get this shipped, and that's a hard thing because I've never shipped a application like this before. So it can be very difficult to ship if you've never done it before, right? Let's go. Quad H said shipping is the most important piece. We build, we ship, we improve 100%. DSAD Drew said, what would be an insane benchmark is seeing how close in one shot a model can get to a clipping agent like you did for View Creator, CS, Math, Visual IQ test. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Okay, so here's Opus 4.6 fast. So this is costing, what is it? So it's 50% off. So it's $15 per million on the input, $75 per million on the output, which actually just makes it the same price as Opus 4.1, which is kind of nice. It's expensive, but also, guys, we are going to be doing a piano at 300 likes. So 300 likes equals piano performance. If you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. We're just going to be grinding. You know, it's like, I had such a great night the other night when I was working on this. I just love what I do, right? Like, I just genuinely love vibe coding. I love building. And I was just like sitting here and I had the red lights on. I wasn't streaming. You know, in my opinion, and I've shared this very often, it's like, you know, I'm a vibe coder entrepreneur first. Like that's what I love, and then the streaming and the marketing and everything that you guys see definitely is not like, I don't want to be a content creator. But the thing is I think that you guys are actually going to see me go quite a bit harder in terms of like creating content, because like if you guys have seen the channel, you know, I'll be putting out content, right? Whether it's a review of new models, or it's, you know, a Sunday download, or it's just me using a model, or it's me talking about certain things, and you know, basically it'll get a lot of traction and a lot of views. And I think it's because in large part it's like a lot of people know that I'm not just trying to like hype these models up and, you know, be a goofy content creator that just wants like views and clicks. I think a lot of people know that, hey, I just am first a genuine, like a true vibe coder and a true builder, and then all this stuff comes second, right? So, you know, I think that to be able to create more content that's just authentic and like not highly edited, which some people could argue like, hey, you want to get a video editor and do more quality content. Like, yeah, but at the same time, you know, I don't want to just like become a content creator. So somebody said it feels slow. You think so? Tanthian said, how about Opus 4.6 max thinking on cursor? Yeah, so we're actually using Opus 4.6 max mode. So yeah, so this is 6 times the price. So if we hover over this, so yeah, so this is Claude Opus 4.6 fast mode plus thinking. And honestly, yeah, somebody said it in the chat, but I also agree. It does seem like a It seems a little bit slow, honestly. It doesn't seem that fast. AWS CLI isn't configured on your machine. I can't create the S3 bucket or CloudFront. This is actually incorrect. So it's asking me this question, right? But the thing is, that's actually not correct. It is configured on my machine. So I'm gonna do other. The AWS CLI actually is configured on my machine. Can I do slash commands here? No, I can't. The AWS profile to use to set up this infrastructure via the AWS CLI is BridgeMind CLI. Okay, hold on. This may be sensitive, so I don't want to show it. But let's let it do its thing, and we'll put it to the test here. How much do I pay for Cursor? I spend about $60 a month, but I have $10,000 in Cursor credits. $10,000. All right, so let's go here. I'm gonna do BridgeVoice real quick, and what I want to do is I want to make this unusable if users don't have a. Okay, hold on. I want you to review BridgeVoice in complete depth, and I want you to create a structured plan for how we could go about updating BridgeVoice to make sure that the user must have a pro subscription to be able to use BridgeVoice. Review the project in depth and also review the BridgeMind API. Okay, so I'm going to drop in the BridgeMind API here. And one of the most important things whenever you're vibe coding is just context management, right? So if you drop in, these particular repos and you say, I want you to review this, and you have to drop in the specific files associated with that. Somebody said, how did you get those credits? They gave them to me. I want you to review how this is being done currently and then create the structured plan around updating it so that the user must have a pro subscription to be able to use the product. If the user is on the free plan, then there should be calls to action to upgrade to pro, and you need to review the BridgeMind UI and the BridgeMind web app so that when upgrading to pro, it will link to respective pages in the website to make sure that the user is able to easily upgrade their plan to the correct subscription. Or we could build in the logic for updating to the pro plan into BridgeVoice, whatever the best practice would be, so there's less redirects for this. But look at the existing functionality in the API and BridgeVoice and identify what the best course of action would be for this. Okay, and BridgeVoice, like you can see, the transcription of BridgeVoice is practically immediate. It's faster than Whisperflow. It's going to be cheaper than Whisperflow due to the fact that, hold on, let's drop in BridgeMind UI, and then I'm also gonna drop in BridgeMind web app. So it's gonna use a ton of tokens here. We'll keep an eye on it, but the goal for today is, let's actually move the desk up too, but we're gonna spend $1,000 today on Opus 4.6 Fast. We're gonna really put it to the test. So let's move the desk up real quick, and let's knock out some push-ups. We're also gonna be doing 500 push-ups on stream today, and we're gonna see if we can get to a macOS release and a Windows release. We already have macOS like pretty much right there at the finish line, and then Windows. I actually want to show you guys what I did with the Windows release, so you guys can see here, like back to this, you can see that. Also, this Opus 4.6 Fast, I know that it's launching sub-agents, but it really doesn't seem very fast. Yeah, no, the revenue is accurate. Can we not gift in this stream? No, you can't. I do not have gifts turned on or like donating. I may in the future. I think that I just am not like really, after that right now. Somebody said, I am a complete beginner. What advice would you give to someone who is new to coding and vibe coding, doesn't know the difference, and I have experience with NaN and make Zapiers to build systems and automate? I mean, yeah, if you have the experience with Zapier or whatever it's called, and NaN, I mean, it's the same concept that comes to like vibe coding and other agentic workflows. What I would say is that, hey, if you are wanting to get into vibe coding, the best thing that you can do is actually just like genuinely just start vibe coding and start building. There is no better way to start than just like start building. And it could just be like an idea that you don't have to come up with the next Facebook. Like you just need to start working. And my thinking on it is, hey, if you get in the arena and you start working, eventually you will stumble upon something that really does work. And I think that you just need to basically get into the arena, start building, and you will get better. You'll have better ideas along the way, and the most important thing that you can do is to just get started. Super Combo Gamer said it is faster. It's running 6 commands, then thinks for 3 or so seconds, then runs another 6 or so commands. Yeah, so I mean, these are 3 sub-agents that it's running, and let's keep an eye on cursor. I'm gonna go to my usage so that you guys know, like, hey, after each of these prompts, how much are we actually spending? Oh my gosh. This is spending so much money here, guys. Look at this. This is insane. Okay. What? That cannot be right. Alright, guys, look at this. This is insane. So, this is insane. So, it's saying free, right? But it's technically not free because it is using my cursor credits. So, this is crazy, though. Look at this. Why did it use 9.4 million tokens on this? Oh, a cache read. So it's cache reading 9.4 million, but that's a ton. A lot of these are cache reads, but wow, that is a ton of tokens that it's using. Because what was it a second ago? Didn't I have only like $480 used, and all of a sudden, look at this, guys. Did anybody see at the start of the stream? I know that I showed it, but look at this, guys. I'm already at $559 spent. We are gonna spend 1,000, and we started at what? It was 400 and something, right? Yeah, it literally does. It's like $80 for one big prompt. That is insane. All right, so let's all right, so here is the plan that it came up with. So right now what we're doing is we have 2 options, okay? So we could make it so that in order to use BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace, that you would have to have a pro subscription to even download like the DMG package, right? But what we're gonna do is we're actually just gonna have what's gonna be subscription guards, or in this case, what it's called, like we're calling a subscription gate. And here's the plan. So right now, BridgeVoice has full authentication integrated with BridgeMind API and all of its auth strategies. The subscription data types exist. What is not enforced? Core transcription works fully offline without any subscription check. Free users can use all features. So this is actually what I do want to auth guard. Obviously, it's like, hey, we are in the business of making money here. This is not an open source project, but let's keep an eye on this. So right now, just to keep you guys up to date, it's at $559, which is just absolutely insane. I don't even know how we spent that much so fast. Oh my gosh, guys, look at this. We're already at, this has got to be like some sort of glitch. Look at this. We're already at $618 using Opus 4.6. That is like insane. It's using so much money. Okay, I know I showed how much I was using at the start, but we're already at $618. That's crazy. All right, Super Combo said it's reading the whole code base. It's really fast in reading the whole code base. Wow. Okay, so that's what it's doing. It's just taking in a ton of tokens. And I will say, I was posting a little bit about this on X, but the new Opus 4.6 with 1 million in context, I am noticing a huge difference with this. Like, one of the things that was a big limiting factor with Opus 4.5 was the context window. It's like, and also, guys, do you guys see how fast this model is right now? I mean, I know that it's super expensive, but this is insanely fast. So we may even spend $2,000 today on this. Right now, the goal is $1,000, but we may spend $2,000. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and build some stuff with this, but I'm also gonna make a video on it as well. Okay, let's see here. All right, hold on here. Okay, hold on. I want to show this to you guys as it continues to work. So look at how fast it is. So it is incredibly expensive, but this is one of the fastest models I've actually ever seen. Look at this. This is like just as fast as I mean, look at this. Oh my gosh. It is absolutely cooking through this. So last time we checked, we were at $618. We've already spent close to $200 literally inside of just like 1 or 2 prompts. And look at this, guys. This is insane. So now we've spent 642. So we already just spent, what was it, 618? So we just spent another $24. This is insane. Somebody said you should check out the LM Arena's ELOs. What do you mean, for Opus 4.6? Let's check it out on LM Arena. All right, also you can see that the update actually is coming in. So you can see that now for BridgeVoice, it does say Pro required, which is good. Yeah, the ELO, oh my gosh, Opus 4.6 is now at this point like the dominating model. I don't want to overwrite what you guys are watching here because this is incredibly expensive, but I do want to give you guys the opportunity to see how fast this model actually is. We're spending a ton of money, but I do have $10,000 in credits, so we'll kind of just spend away. We could spend $1,000. The goal is $1,000. We may even spend $2,000. Somebody said, is this better than to contract 5 Indian developers? Yes, I think AI is at the point where AI is crossing a threshold where it is pretty much better than any other developer that you could use. Like if you have one developer that is really good at using AI, that's going to be better than a team of like subpar developers, right? Because that one developer is so much more capable. All right, let me see chat real quick. In 3 minutes, you've already consumed the average daily wage from Blackwell. Yeah, I mean, we are testing this. Let's see. Okay, so it just finished. So the question is, how much did building that out actually cost? We started at what, 559, and we ended. It's $642 spent. That is insane. So we basically spent close to $100 to build through this, but it completed so quickly. Like now, if I go here, you can see that it does say pro required. Okay, so BridgeVoice. And what I want to do now is let's actually sign in. I want to sign in real quick. So let's just sign in. And we'll go back here and we'll see like what does it look like if the user doesn't have the pro subscription. Also, that's not good. So it didn't link back. Start building. This isn't good. So it looks like we have a little bit of a glitch here. Let's see if Opus 4.6 can fix it in one shot. But the issue is now I'm signing in, but it's not going back. So let's actually drop this in and see if we can fix this now using Opus 4.6 fast. So let's go here and all right. I have an issue with. Oh, oops. I have an issue. That's actually interesting. It still records. I have an issue with the auth system in BridgeVoice. I click start building, I get redirected to the login page, and then I logged in successfully, but I never got past the initial BridgeVoice page here. After I signed in successfully, it did not redirect me to the BridgeVoice dashboard. It actually redirected me back to this welcome page here. Review what is causing this, pinpoint and diagnose the error, and then update the code accordingly so that it does work. All right, so let's drop this in and let's put it in plan mode. But I mean, each of these prompts is basically like $50, which is insane. EJK, how's it going? Welcome. $600 in 7 months is 7 months salary in Iran. That's insane. Well, we're putting it to the test because here's the thing. I think this is why this is important to test, okay? Well, big organizations that have a ton of money are going to be using this model. Like, for example, if you're Apple or if you're NVIDIA, right? You're willing to spend the extra money to have some of your best developers have access to the fastest, most capable AI. And here's the thing is that we also have the capability to test this model because I have 10,000 cursor credits, right? So we're putting this model to the test. It's fine that we're spending the money. I think that, like, hey, who else on YouTube is going to be like, oh, I'm going to spend $1,000 to $2,000 using cursor on Opus 4.6? I don't think a lot of people. So we're putting this to the test. I want you guys to be able to see this so that you guys are in the know about what this model is actually capable of, so that, because probably a lot of you guys aren't going to be able to test this out yourself. So I'm testing this on behalf of you guys. I will say it is incredibly fast. We're going to spend $1,000 to $2,000. Ruckler said it's too pricey and falls more than less speed. Yeah, I mean, it's not really, I would not say that it's better, right? It's like, hey, for the cost difference, you do not want to use this model. It would make no sense financially for you to use this. We're just using this for basically the sake of to test it out so that you guys don't have to use it, right? So I'll spend the $1,000 to $2,000 so that you guys don't have to do it, okay? Somebody said, yo, love your vids. Thank you, Muhammad. I appreciate you. Somebody said, how do you test it by putting some harness you don't know how to program, and how do you evaluate anything? So I'll just correct you right there. I do know how to program. I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy. When I started programming every single day about 3 years ago, I actually started programming the traditional way. But the thing is that once ChatGPT came out, I saw that the future was going to be in the hands of AI, and the people that can build the best and understand the different AI workflows are going to be the most capable builders in the future. So that's why I started vibe coding. I do understand what's going on, and I do understand programming concepts, and you know, this is my third startup. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. All right, so let's see here. Somebody said, why not use Claude Code or Codex? So this is actually the only way to test this model right now. So I'm using Cursor right now. I have a ChatGPT Pro plan, and I also have a Claude Max 20X plan. But the best way for me to use this right now is inside of Cursor. And one thing I will say about Cursor is I do like the UI of it all. Okay, so it says that it's done. Let's see if it actually was able to fix this. Hold on here. All right, so let's pull up BridgeVoice here, and let's see if it actually fixed this. So we're gonna go here, and the only issue is that somehow it broke the auth logic here. So, and same thing here. The same thing happened. I want you to review again and try this again. I signed in successfully on this page here, and it just redirected me back to, hold on here. Why am I getting redirected to this? First off, why am I not getting redirected to localhost port 3000? Why am I getting redirected to this address? Review this in depth and pinpoint why this is happening. I should be getting redirected to localhost 3000. Okay, so we have some issues here. Let's keep an eye on how much we're actually spending. We are using this newly released Opus 4.6 fast model. Oh my gosh, we already racked up another $100. So one thing I'm gonna say is, yes, you guys do not want to be using this model, okay? This model is insanely expensive. Somebody said, love your videos. Thank you, man. Somebody said you don't necessarily know all the syntax, but you understand the logic and architecture. I think this is the most important aspect right now. We don't even need to write syntax manually anymore. Mr. Koala, that is spot on. So the new way of software development is not writing syntax. It's understanding the overarching concepts, the overarching architecture, understanding the key principles, and understanding the different workflows, and then being able to actually build, right? It's like, hey, if you're an entrepreneur or you are somebody that's building, it doesn't matter how you actually build. What matters is that you're actually able to build successfully. So people that hate on AI or call people idiots that are doing vibe coding, because I get it all the time, right? I have a tough chin. I take a lot of hits every single day. I show up and I keep moving. I'm building in public, right? I take a lot of hits. I have to have a tough chin. But here's the thing, is that, you know, the people that are, you know, basically cooking people that are doing vibe coding need to understand that this is actually the future of software development. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, this is the way that the future is headed. So if you haven't seen that, like, and I think that if there's one thing that's incredibly revealing, it's like, just, you can tell the way of the future when there's over 100 people that are anticipating like a Claude 5 Sonnet drop in the BridgeMind Discord community. It's like, that's how you know, like, the people that are really involved in this literally cannot wait to get their hands on a new AI model, right? Like, you guys may figure out that Opus 4.6 dropped like 2 days after it's already dropped. The people in the BridgeMind community, we're in the trenches, right? Like, we are literally like keeping an eye. I'm like refreshing Claude's X account because I can't wait to get the new model, right? Somebody said, "Sir, you are a legend. This is kind of cool to see you doing this." Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Transcend. So yesterday you were on vacation. I was not on vacation. I worked yesterday morning, but I think that it's important that you guys spend time with your loved ones. You know, I think that, hey, at the end of the day, you know, building things and becoming successful is great. It's great to be able to wake up every single day and have something that you're excited to work on. But at the end of the day, if you don't have anybody to share that with, then what are you doing, right? It's like, make sure that you put time aside to be able to spend with your loved ones. You know, back in December, if you guys have been following BridgeMind for a while, I literally didn't take a day off for basically all of December, right? And, you know, I think that it's good to take, you know, maybe one day off a week. I didn't even take yesterday. I worked in the morning for about 6 hours, and then I went and I spent some time with my loved ones. But, you know, I think that it's important to spend time with the people that matter to you. DSAD said, somebody called vibe coding cringe, and I showed him the MRR. It's no longer cringe. Yeah, 100%. All right, this is fast, but it's expensive for sure. Also, it hasn't one-shotted either. You know, I think that we may want to use GPT 5.3 Codex for something like this. And a lot of people ask, they say, okay, like, when do you use which, right? Because I do have access. I mean, if we pull up this, right, I have Claude Code Max, right? I have Claude Max, and then I also have ChatGPT Pro. So we have GPT 5.3 Codex Extra High. If this doesn't work, we're actually gonna pass this into, we're gonna do a handoff prompt, and then we're gonna pass this into GPT 5.3 Codex, because something that I've learned is that these models are actually very, very different, okay? So, like, Claude Code could be stuck on an issue, right? And then you hand it off to GPT 5.3 Codex and it's able to one-shot it. And that's something that you guys need to know. Like, if you guys have the budget and the finances to be able to afford multiple pro subscriptions with these different providers, I would highly recommend that you actually do that, right? Because, you know, I have a Claude Code Max plan, I have $10,000 in cursor credits, I have a ChatGPT Pro plan, and I'm not saying that as a flex, I'm just saying it's a strategy to be able to build faster and to build the right way. Because, hey, if this doesn't work, right? If I have 2 shots with Claude Code and it doesn't work, hey, it just so happens that, hey, maybe this model isn't the model that's gonna get this correct for me. I'm gonna pass it in GPT 5.3 Codex. I'm gonna have this model write a handoff prompt to then use it in GPT 5.3. So let's see here, chat is saying, so somebody said, first thoughts on Opus 4.6 versus 5.3 Codex. I think like it's still the way that I approach this is just, okay, they're both incredibly good models. The Opus 4.6 context window increasing from 200,000 to over 1 million, or not over 1 million, but it is 1 million now. That is actually a significant improvement, because look at this. If we were working in this conversation last week with Opus 4.5, this conversation here would have already compacted. You can see it's about 250,000 tokens deep here. Like, look at this. You can see this? 250, it's about 25% of the way through the context window, right? So what that means is that, yeah, like, if you were using this, and you were using it with Opus 4.5, this would have already compacted, and it would have probably already started hallucinating. Coltar over on Twitch, what's up, man? How's it going? Muhammad, let's go, man. I appreciate it. Somebody said if you hand off to another chat fixes the issue, then the issue is not the model, it's context raw. No, that's actually not the case. There's definitely some truth in what you're saying, but I think there's also truth in the other model being able to work on it. But yes, I do agree with you to some extent. But at the same time, I also think that another reason that it isn't doing it correctly is because that model is not capable of doing it, or it potentially just needs to be given to another model that has, you know, that you're true. That, honestly, yeah, definitely you have a point. Okay, so let's try this again. Oh, this is not good, yeah. Hold on, let's do this again. Oh my gosh. All right, this is not good. So this did cause some issues here. Okay, hold on. Let's just try it. Let's try testing it. It says added a session polling fallback after start login opens the browser. Yeah, do you guys see this? All right, now it actually made it worse. So we just basically spent $100 and it made it worse. So this is why, you know, potentially this is not a good model to use. This actually made it worse. I want you, hold on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go back to this one here, and we'll just test this out. Let's refresh this. That fix did not work. I now want you to write a handoff prompt to GPT 5.3 Codex, who will take over this assignment and tasks. Write a handoff prompt. Okay. So we're gonna write a handoff prompt. All right, so we're gonna write a handoff prompt from Opus 4.6 Fast to GPT 5.3 Codex, okay? Super Combo said I sent you a message on Discord. Check it, okay, man? All right, let me pull this up. Yeah. Oh, wait, what about GPT-5? GPT 4.5? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so here is our handoff prompt. So, handoff prompt to GPT 5.3 Codex. BridgeVoice. After a successful login, the dashboard window does not transition from the welcome view to the authenticated dashboard. The user sees you're signed in the browser, but BridgeVoice stays on or returns to the welcome view. So that is perfect. So we're now going to drop this in. And it also could be a potential option for us to test this in debug mode. But let's drop this into Codex and see if it's able to fix it. So I'm going to do this, and I'm just going to drop in BridgeVoice. And again, this is BridgeSpace that you guys are looking at. It's a phenomenal model. It's a phenomenal product. Let's go. All right. Somebody said just use the regular one. It's the same thing. Well, yeah, we're using it because we want to be able to test it out so that you guys don't have to. Let's actually check. I think we started using it when it was at $480, and oh my gosh. So literally we spent about close to $400. Look at this, guys. We spent $822 in cursor credits, which is just insane. For a couple prompts, we spent $822. So I will say, like, firsthand, just off of the first check, is that it is not a good model to use. If you want to blow your entire bank account, then yeah, use Opus 4.6 fast. That thing is insanely expensive. But let's let GPT 5.3 Codex work here on the bottom. Lord Soul, let's go, man. Somebody said, I have the 20x max subscription for Claude Code. I'm almost at my weekly limit. I was thinking if I should get a subscription for Codex as an addition. I would. I think that having both subscriptions is actually the best thing to do. A lot of people have been asking me, they're like, what do you think is better? What do you think is better? And I'm like, honestly, these models are actually like pretty close in capabilities. You just have to decide like what is better for the particular task that you're doing, right? Like, you know, Codex is gonna work for longer and think longer and probably like, you know, people say that Codex works longer and thinks harder, but actually does a better job. So definitely something to consider there. Somebody said, have you considered running Clawdbot at all, and how would that affect its memory? Does that also compact old conversations? What, Clawdbot? Somebody asked, can you share the playlist? Yes, absolutely. Hold on, let me grab it off my computer real quick. It's somewhere over here. But before I do that, hold on. Actually, let me do that first. Let me get the playlist for you first. I'm a man of the people. You guys know me. Let me find it. Okay, I got it. Let me now go over here. Also, guys, quick sub check. We are at 41,856 subscribers. The goal for today is 42,000 subscribers. I know that we can hit it, so if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm going to be doing a live piano performance at 300 likes. So if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, let me now make sure you do so here. All right. Here's the, here's this. Yeah, somebody said Codex is insanely good in big project solutions. However, in a single prompt contest, Claude is better. Yeah. Sam Altman? I've never talked to Sam Altman. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so did this update code? It looks like it did. So, okay, this is one thing I will say. The speed up with GPT 5.3 Codex is just incredible. Like, one of the biggest complaints about GPT models in general has been the speed. But look at this. This completed a massive handoff prompt, and it says, I've applied the race fix in both layers. Somebody actually was saying, check the race list. Who was that? I want to give him a shout out real quick. 1 rack per prompt, NS. Hey, NS is in the chat. He said, blow your entire bank account. Okay, all right, NS, we will. Okay, shout out to Bourbon Closet. He was actually the one that was saying check the race conditions, and it looks like that's what Codex believes that it is. So let's go over to Warp real quick, and let's reset BridgeVoice, and let's restart it. And we're gonna give it a shot. Use the Codex app so much better. I don't know. Is the Codex app that much better? I kind of like it here. All right, so let's do start building, and let's now go here. And I mean, if 5.3 is able to one-shot this, that's pretty revealing. Okay, it wasn't. So I'm gonna drop all the information back into Codex, and I'm just gonna give it exactly what I'm thinking. All right, we're in BridgeSpace. Oh my gosh. Oh, I totally forgot. We actually did get that working. Okay, I will say this. BridgeSpace is actually like pretty incredible. It is very nice. Okay, your updates did not work. Could I ask you a quick question? Why is this at the 127.0.0.1 port 54,906? I want it to be redirecting to the localhost 3000 port where BridgeMind UI is running. This could be causing this error. Would you review this and make sure that it redirects to localhost 3000 and not this URL? I mean, that could be the issue. We'll try this again. All right, so chat is saying, Super Combo said use Gemini 3 Pro. It's the smartest. Have it give a handoff prompt to Opus 4.6. You think Gemini 3 Pro is the smartest? I don't know about that. Super Combo Gamer said Gemini 3 Pro for research, but have Opus 4.6 implement it. I mean, let's give GPT 5.3 a test here. I want to give this a shot for sure. Also, let's at BridgeVoice real quick with Opus 4.6. I want you to look at the logic associated with being unable to use BridgeVoice unless the user has a Pro subscription. Review the screenshot. It says Pro required here, but the issue is that even though it says Pro required, I can actually still use the product. Why is this the case? And I want to show this to you guys. So I'm using WhisperFlow right now, right? Because you can see Pro required here. But watch this. Okay, hold on. In BridgeSpace. All right. Oh, I can't update BridgeSpace while I'm using it, or it'll do a refresh. All right. Somebody said on paper it's book smart, but can't write code well. Yeah. Thank you, Dog Dad. Yeah, we'll have this released potentially as soon as today. I know for certain we're going to be able to release BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice this week. We could potentially be able to release it today, just depending on how far we're able to get. Another task that I'm going to be doing on my other monitor, this one right here, is I do have Azure. I did have to get what's called, hold on, let me pull it up here because I did have it pulled up. Let me get back to it. It's called signing. Hold on, I don't have it pulled up right now. Let me find it. Okay, here it is. Okay, so it's called called an artifact signing account. So if you guys are familiar with like signing and all that, it means that you pretty much have to like have it signed in order for it to not show like warnings on Windows. So I have that set up correctly, and it works pretty well. Also, guys, we're up to 180 likes. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm absolutely blowing my entire life savings for you guys right now. So if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I may have to sell the crib, sell all the Clawdbots. At this rate, Opus 4.6 is I'm gonna be bankrupt here soon. So make sure you guys like and subscribe. All right. Hung said Gemini 3 got released exactly 54 years ago. Washed model. Dang, Hung. I mean, I will say the Gemini 3 Pro, like, the hype around Gemini 3 Pro was absolutely insane. Like, Gemini 3 Pro, the hype around it was potentially, like, one of the biggest hyped models that we had for a long time. I remember, like, I was streaming, and just that, like, whenever there's these new model releases, people are always very interested. Okay, but that was a really hyped up model, and now people are just, like, dog washed. This is a test. Oh my gosh, this is not supposed to work. Do you guys see this? It doesn't work. Oh, it didn't update the code. Yes, fix it. Fix it now, or you go to jail. What was my job before this? This is my third startup. I've been in business and entrepreneurship for over 3 years now. I was basically a young entrepreneur, and you know, my full-time job is being an entrepreneur and running startups. And BridgeMind is my full-time job. I mean, at this point, it's great because obviously there's been like a pretty good amount of success in a short amount of time. You know, with my last startup, we actually didn't even release the product for a whole 12 months before we were able to release the product and actually get revenue. So, you know, BridgeMind, on the other hand, to be able to produce close to $40,000 in revenue in under 6 months is like just very, very good. I'm very happy about it. I feel great about it. Somebody said, wait till Gemini 3 Pro GA. Yeah, super combo, yeah. Somebody said, have you tried Opus Fast Mode? I've done a lot more than just try it. We just blew, 400 stacks on it. We're going to keep using it, but, I mean, it literally, like, didn't even do that good of a job, so I'm a little bit discouraged there. Okay, so we did add over here, we were having, if you guys remember, back to the start of the stream, I guess we've been streaming for 49 minutes now, but one of the biggest things that we do need to do on this stream, and I'm really excited to get it done, is we are deploying onto Windows. So goal number 2 and 3 is we have to get our Windows deployments ready, and I'm going to show this to you guys real quick. I think I can. I don't think it's sensitive, but yesterday, let me pull this up here. Yesterday, I did get, hold on, where is it? Okay, identity validations. Yeah, so check this out, guys. So this is really important. So one of the biggest things with like signing certificates is that you have to get it actually completed. So I did get this completed. So this is my my identity validation. So whenever you're getting like a certificate, you have a couple different options. I'm actually just gonna have Claude Opus summarize this to you guys. Would you just very briefly and concisely provide a summary of what we did with Microsoft Azure? Like, don't share anything sensitive, but for the people that are watching the stream right now, would you tell them what we did with identity validation for Azure signing certificates and how it works? So I'm gonna kind of share you guys like how this works. Somebody asked, are you an undergrad? So technically, like, I have 7 credit hours left at Purdue University. I basically dropped out. I think that a college degree is pretty much worthless, especially in today's day and age. So if I could have gone back to college, I would have not gone back to college because I'll never use that goofy degree. But I mean, at this point, I mean, I'm so like I'm like, it's kind of like sunk cost, right? I mean, I only have 7 credit hours left in my goofy finance degree. So I may end up going back and finishing it at some point. I'd like to, but for right now, obviously, BridgeMind is, you know, doing pretty well. So that's my sole focus. All right, so this is what I did yesterday, or no, it was Saturday night. I was having so much fun. I literally love this. But so yeah, we set up a Azure trusted signing so that BridgeVoice can be code signed on Windows. So the problem with this is when a Windows user downloads an unsigned app, there's something called a Windows Smart Screen that shows a scary warning saying the app is from an unknown publisher. Most users won't click past it. So the solution that we took for this is to use Azure Trusted Signing, which is Microsoft Managed Code Signing Service. So instead of buying a traditional code signing certificate and managing a physical USB security key, we actually are using Azure to sign your binaries in the cloud during our CI/CD pipelines. So this is actually a better approach than what we had. It's only $9.99 per month. We can use it in CI/CD pipelines. We technically don't know for sure if it's going to work or not because, you know, we haven't actually set it up yet, but I'm pretty sure this is going to work. Okay, it is now time for us to actually set this up. Remember that I am on stream right now, so you need to make sure that you do not share any sensitive information, but you need to now help me get the Microsoft Azure environment variables set for the GitHub actions so that we can get this working. Somebody said, did you learn programming by yourself? Yes, I did. I learned programming in the trenches when I was a sophomore in college. You know, that's where I started taking life pretty seriously. I started saying, okay, obviously the future is in AI. I want to be an entrepreneur. Nobody is going to do it for me. You know, if I want to get into business and run startups and stuff, I'm going to actually have to be technical, and I'm going to have to teach myself all these skills. Before that, I was just a goofy finance bro. I mean, I would have been working at like Goldman Sachs or something goofy like that. But we took a different route. What can I say? All right, so somebody said, how do you handle marketing and sales of the product? So you're actually looking at it. You know, it's great because, hold on here. Okay, so it looks like we do not have Azure CLI set up, so it's kind of annoying. The Azure validation is still in progress. Okay, first of all, it's not still in progress, so we need to let it know that. Review this and note that it is no longer in process. It has been completed. Review the screenshot for reference. Why don't you hire someone to build the same product for a $10,000 budget? Because that's just not how it works. Like, if you're an entrepreneur, you need to get to the point where like you are ready to build things like yourself. You know, nobody's gonna do it for you. You know, I think it's very rare to find people that are as driven as the founders themselves. Okay, let's test this one. This is a quick test. Oh my gosh, it didn't work. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, let's go over here to Warp and let's actually restart this real quick. And let's see if this still is erroring out. We did have GPT 5.3 give this a shot here in BridgeSpace. Let's see if this is gonna work. So it said retry it. If this doesn't work, I am gonna try cursor debug mode. Cursor debug mode is like very good. Somebody said have watched for a while and not seen you look at a single line of code. So to claim you understand everything is suspect. Do you get the agents to write tests? I mean, yeah, you don't have to review the code line by line to say that you understand or don't understand everything. Like, literally what it is it's just a completely different workflow than what it used to be, right? Like, you're understanding the overarching key concepts and principles. You don't have to understand or look at the line-by-line code. That's what the AI is for at this point. So you're the person that manages the AI. The AI writes the code for you, and you need to have the understanding of, you know, design and being able to build these systems. Okay, so it's still not working here, so let's go back here. And, okay, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna use Opus 4.6 fast, okay? And This is really annoying, but what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna turn on debug mode, and we're gonna say this. This is still not working, so I now have you in debug mode because we need to debug this and get this working because it still is not working. I need you to review the current existing code in BridgeVoice and enter debug mode to help us get to the bottom of why this is not working. Just to re-emphasize what is happening, I'm getting redirected over to BridgeVoice, but when I actually sign in, it says you're signed in, return to BridgeVoice to continue, but when I go back to BridgeVoice, I've been redirected back to the welcome screen. Why is this happening? And this is why WhisperFlow is so annoying. Look at the latency on this. Look at the latency on WhisperFlow. This is what BridgeVoice is going to combat. So I'm going to do BridgeVoice here. Go down here. Also, guys, we're going to have to start knocking out like insane amounts of push-ups. So, all right, BridgeMind UI. And then we're also going to drop in the BridgeMind API. This prompt is literally probably going to cost like $300 because we are using Opus 4.6 fast. So let's keep an eye on this. Let's actually pull up Cursor and keep track of how much this is going to cost us, right? So let's pull this up. Let's go over to Cursor. So right now, so we started the day at $458 spent, okay? And that's when we started using Opus 4.6 fast. And we have already spent $879, which means we've spent over $400. The goal today is to spend $1,000 on Opus 4.6 so that you don't have to, okay? But look at this, $879, and we only gave it a couple of prompts. I mean, this is absolutely insane. To use this much money is just nuts. The data Sherpa said WhisperFlow has had a ton of latency today for some reason. Yeah, I've noticed it as well. Gemini said, trust, have Gemini 3 Pro give a handoff prompt. We'll try that if this doesn't work, but debug mode in Cursor is pretty reliable. So I want to give this a shot and we'll see what it does. Do I use Gemini 3 Pro? Yes, I do, Tyler. Somebody said, what would you suggest is the best resources to understand the architectural design principles to push an idea into production? I would say like the biggest thing is just practice on actually building like production ready software, right? It's like in order to learn, at least for me personally, the best way to learn is to actually build stuff, right? So it's like, yes, you can be book smart and there is like some level of book smart that you do need to have in terms of like, hey, whenever you're doing software development, you do need to understand like what you're actually doing, right? So you do need to have like some baseline knowledge, and that's why I actually learned on Codecademy initially, right? So when I was learning on Codecademy, that's where I actually learned all of my initial concepts, right? I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy. When I initially started programming, I started programming using just the normal way of programming, right? Like writing syntax manually. And over time, the AI models got to the point where it was just better to be using the AI models over anything else, right? So, all right, we're gonna proceed. The bug has been reproduced, so we're gonna do, this is the very interesting thing about Cursor debug mode is that what it does is it creates hypotheses based off of what it thinks could be causing the issue, right? So here are the 5 hypotheses, and then it has you reproduce the bug, and then it's able to look at the logs that were documented based on the instrumentation that it created, and then it's able to select which hypothesis it actually was. Now, we are using Opus 4.6 fast and running up an insane check right now, so if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so, because I'm about to go bankrupt. So, let's knock out some push-ups real quick while this is thinking. Do I think I'll be a millionaire by 2027? I do, yes. All right, let's knock out some push-ups. All right, 50 bomb chat, let's go. The 50 bombs are too easy now. All right, the logs reveal the exact root cause. Let me evaluate each hypothesis. So this is the very interesting thing about this debug mode. So it says that it rejected H4, rejected H5, it confirmed H2, okay? So this is incredible. Like, this is an incredible feature from Cursor. I'm not gonna lie. H2. Wow. So the root cause is that when we added the subscription field to the API's desktop exchange response, the API now returns this. But the Rust subscription info struct in storage RS uses snake case field names and has no rename all or Serde aliases. Okay, so it just fixed it. That is it. Let's go. It's so insane. Debug mode is nuts. Oh my gosh. All right, so it says reproduce the issue. Let's see if it did knock it out. Let's see. So GPT 5.3 Codex wasn't able to solve this in one shot. All right, let's go here. All right, let's go to BridgeVoice, and let's see if it was actually able to fix this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's go, chat. All right, we need to make a post on X. That is insane. All right, let's make a quick post on X because, so now we're gonna mark it as fixed. The issue's been fixed, but I wanna post this on X, okay? Because this is incredibly important, okay? And as you guys know, it's like, there's all these like goofy content creators like Alex Finn and, you know, whoever, right? That are just like creating content, hyping up this stuff, and they're not really passionate about the actual technology, right? Like, if I go to Alex Finn, I'm not gonna like bash the guy, but what I will say is like, hey, if there's something trending, right? If there's something viral that he can hype up, he's gonna do it, right? So, like this post here, look at this. This has 1 million hits, right? So shout out to him, he's doing a good job. He said, I'm sick and tired of the people who don't understand why I spent $20,000 on this setup and plan on spending another $100,000 by the end of the year. It does not matter that local models aren't as good as Opus 4.6. Basically, he goes on a rant and then talks about how this is his business. I don't know if that's really the case, but basically what he's saying is, I mean, he's just hyping this up, right? So it's fine. I mean, it's just interesting that that's what what a lot of content creators do, is they're not like really passionate about the underlying technology. Also, guys, we did just pass 20,000 followers on X. Let's go. But you know, I think that for the people that are actually implementing this in practice, they know the truth, right? And that's what I always want to stay true to. I want to stay true to my passion, which is vibe coding and AI and building things, right? And the content creation and everything that you guys see me do, it's always going to come as second nature, right? What I'm focused on is not creating viral videos and being a content creator. What I'm focused on is actually building things. And I want you guys to truly know that and understand that, because I think that that's the driving force here. So let's make a quick post on X though. Cursor, okay, I worked with GPT 5.3 Codex and Claude Opus 4.6 for about an hour today. I was working on a bug. Both models unable to solve it. I used Cursor in debug mode, and all right, so we're gonna make this here, and then I mean, I just think that this is worth knowing, right? It's like, hey, like, a lot of people, they even, like, talk bad about Cursor, right? W. Dan said, place your call sheet predictions on debug mode. Yeah, I mean, this was able to literally one-shot it. So now what we're seeing is now we have BridgeVoice opened up, and now we can use it. And, like, that's the thing is that, like, hey, you guys need to know that there's things about Cursor that people may not be, like, letting you know. Like, I mean, I literally just turned it on debug mode and it's able to one-shot it, right? So just know that. Explain a little bit about what Cursor debug mode actually does. Debug mode creates hypotheses and sets up instrumentation with a feedback mechanism so that Cursor can actually have you reproduce and then solve the bug. Create the perfect X post for this with a hook that will go viral. Oh my gosh, I love AI, guys. And here's what I will say is that, like, I love AI to the point where it's like I can just use it for a lot of different things, right? Like I can use it to build products. I can use it for like content creation purposes. I can use it for so many different things. So I'm gonna put this, and I'm gonna make this post real quick. So let's go over here, and I'm just gonna post this. But I will say that X following is going to be very useful, especially once we launch BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace, because it's like, you know, hey, we'll be able to, like, once you have that platform, it does make a difference, right? So for all of you guys, it's like, hey, you need to understand that it's easier than ever before to build, but it's not easier than ever before to market. And I think that, you know, if you understand how to build a good platform, a good community, and build something that people are going to resonate with, right? Like build a brand or build something that people kind of like understand. That's how you can do your marketing. And you know, with my last startup, it was very interesting because we had a marketing team in there. Hold on, let me change this this music back. Well, I had a marketing team, right? And the marketing team was spending about $5,000 a week on ads, right? And you know, a lot of our ads, they were like just like totally flopping, right? Like we would have an ad, right? And we would spend $20 on a click. And what would end up happening is we would get the person like would click, we'd spend the $20, and then they'd be off the website within like 5 seconds, right? So we spent $20 for somebody to go to our website for 5 seconds. And I think the thing about organic marketing, when you're actually building a brand or something that people value or resonate with, is that's not the case. They'll organically go to your website and organically review what you're doing or what you're building. And I think it's important to build a brand for yourself as well as whatever you're working on, whatever product. And that's why like building in public has like totally changed everything that I've been doing, because it's it changes everything, guys. Okay, I want you to review this again. It's still not working. For example, yes, when I do not have a pro subscription, it says pro required on the pill. The issue that I have is that, hold on, do I actually have pro on this account? Okay, pro plan, okay. I have a hotkey set up with the shift key, right? And even though it says pro required on the pill, I can still hit the shift key and it will transcribe for me. Even though it says pro required, the transcription process still works. DSAT Drew said push-up time. Well, here's the thing. Who in the chat is gonna do push-ups with me? If I drop a 60 bomb, who's gonna at least put up a 25 bomb with me? This is a genuine question, all right, guys? Who's gonna do it? If I do a 60 bomb right now, who's gonna do a 25 bomb? All right, that is a genuine question. Dog Dad said cursor debug mode is just a system prompt. Once you understand that, you'll be unstoppable. I mean, yeah, it's a system prompt, but the features that cursor actually has with that system prompt is that it builds the instrumentation, and by the click of a button, it allows you to basically set up the instrumentation, reproduce the bug, and then mark it as fixed, and it's able to then kind of wind down the instrumentation. It's incredibly useful, incredibly useful. D-Side Drew said I got 40. Oh yeah, I drink coffee. I had a double shot of espresso before I started the stream. Let's go, chat. All right, somebody says I'm here, me. All right, we got a lot of, somebody said they're gonna do 80. All right, I got a 60 bomb with you. All right, guys, let's drop it. We're gonna drop a 60 bomb. We got a couple people in chat. I'm gonna drop a 60 bomb. Who's with me? Let's give it everything that we've got, guys. We need it for the energy, and also we needed to get eject. So let's go, guys. I'm gonna drop a 60 bomb. Bomb chat. Let's go. 60 bomb. Let's go. All right, hold up. We're up to 135. We got 135. All right, we need to get started on this Windows build now. Okay. All right, so Edodax said, what do you use Codex and Claude CLI instead of, why do you use that instead of just OpenCode? Couldn't you connect both to OpenCode and have better, cleaner session organization? So you can't use Claude Code with OpenCode. You can use Codex though. Okay, let's go over. So we do want to spend $1,000 with this Opus 4.6 model. We started off the stream where we had spent, what was it, 400 and something? And so we've spent $500 now. We spent $500 on credits. Oh my gosh. Chat. Somebody asked, what time is it? It's 12 p.m. Oh my gosh, chat. We are spending racks. Racks. All right. Okay, so for the Windows deployment, which we want to focus on, it's on our goal list today. So it says the identity validation for BridgeMind is completed with a green check mark expiring 5/13/2028. Microsoft verified your business, okay? This means we can now do everything. Create the certificate profile, set up the service principal, and configure all GitHub secrets. Okay, that's perfect. The digital display. Dan. Hold up here. Dan, what a legend. Digital display. Alright, Dan, I just sent you a DM. Nishan said 25 for the first time. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, man. Here's the thing with the push-ups is you can literally, like, I mean, I started doing 30 at a time, right? Now I can drop 60 bombs, 70 bombs. I did a 70 bomb in front of my girlfriend yesterday. She loved it. I'm just kidding. Imagine, though. Okay, so this looks great. So this is BridgeVoice. My average words per minute is 171. What Mac do I use? I use a M3 Ultra Studio. You're already on the right page. Okay, so let's go back over here and let's pull back the Microsoft Azure here. Okay, so it says, and this is what I love using AI for, is if I don't understand something, I'll just work with AI and I'll drop in screenshots so that it can walk me through the entire process. So it says you're already on the right page. In the left sidebar, click certificate profile. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. And I now need to create one of these, okay? So create new certificate profile. Hold on, there's like a bunch of different options for this. Review the screenshot. Which one do I select? Okay, it is a dark pattern of cursor. 200 max plan is better than that. Somebody asked, do I need an LLC to push apps into production? No, you don't. It depends. An LLC is pretty simple to get set up, though. What's the name of your desk, and where can I start with my own SaaS? So my brother actually got me this desk. I think that you guys have met him on stream before, Chris, if you remember him. He got me this desk when I started my second startup, and you know, he just got it as a brotherly gift. He's a pretty cool guy. But yeah, actually, he got it at like Office Max or something. So, all right, select public trust is what it says. Also, guys, we're at 41,891 subscribers. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right, so we're gonna do public trust. All right, select public trust. So I'm gonna do this. Okay. All right, this is sensitive. This is sensitive, so hold on here. Review this. What do I put in each field? Somebody asked, do I do Zins? No, I don't. My approach with anything related to like drinking or drugs, I'm like pretty against it. I'm pretty against it. I think any of that stuff, like when I was in college, I tried Zins, and you know, they get you all focused and stuff for a couple minutes, right? But then you just get addicted to them, so what's the point, right? Smoking Star said 20 bomb done. Let's go, man. Somebody said ETA on BridgeSpace. Probably like within hours at this point. I think that definitely this week. We'll see how far we can get on stream today. Right now I'm setting up Windows, and the macOS build could potentially be released today as well. We need to check that one out too. I don't think, will AI take down software hard coders? Yes, I think it will, yes. I don't think that anybody's going to be writing software unless you're like doing nuclear engineering. All right, verify CNO, select the BridgeMind LLC. Validation, okay. Note that I am no longer on stream, so you can output this yourself. This is not being shown on stream. All right, can I get your playlist? Yes. Do a what's it called? Command music. Somebody said, did you watch the Super Bowl last night? I actually did watch the Super Bowl, yeah. It was very boring. I'm not really a sports person. I don't normally watch sports, so I didn't think it was that entertaining. All right, let's go over here and see where this is at. Well, that one works. So we did solve this issue. Let's pull up BridgeSpace again. Let's see here. This is not good. All right, so we have this. Let's pull up Warp, and let's actually restart this. For some reason, I have two of these open. What's this one doing? All right. Black Belt said, this is the healthiest streamer I watched so far. Yeah. I mean, all right, so this now loads in subscription. So I can go to my subscription here now, and you can see Pro. The question is when I actually click Manage, what does it do, right? So let me go here. Oh, okay. It's Dev. Hold on. All right, so you guys can see the subscription here. Shortcuts, history. I like Sandstone, that's a cool one. Ocean's cool too. Jack Reacher. Let's go. Do I lift? Yes, so I do lift. I've been lifting since here's my thing, is I literally give all the credibility to like some of my older brothers. They got me, I mean, just like they got me building like good habits early on in my life. Okay, so this is now installing the Azure CLI. That's actually probably smart. So that we can use it through Azure instead of, we can use the Azure CLI instead of having to do all this manually ourselves. Okay. Also, guys, we're only 6 subscribers away from 41,900. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right. All right, so it looks like... Still installing? Okay, that's still installing. Okay, it's a success. So it now has installed the Azure CLI, so it's going to use that. Somebody asked, how do I go about designing my UI? So you can set up something called a marketing guide or a style guide, and that can be useful. Okay, so this installing this. While that finishes, did you complete creating the certificate profile with BridgeMind Public? Let me know. I'll move on to creating the service principal. Okay, I feel like this may be something that will be, it's just so sensitive. And this is the issue that I've been having like a little bit on stream, is that like when you're actually deploying this stuff, it's so sensitive that you just need to be very careful with like what you're actually deploying. One thing that we can go back to though is instead of focusing on this Azure, let's come back to that. Let's come back to this Azure and Microsoft deployment a little bit later on today. I want to refocus on getting the macOS deployment files set up correctly and building that CI/CD pipeline. Where did we leave off? You were working with the AWS CLI and creating some of that infrastructure. Review this and help me figure out what the next steps are. Please summarize what you did with the AWS CLI earlier in the conversation. Where did we leave off for the releases for the DMG downloads for Mac? Okay, WDan just responded really well. He said for building... Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna show this. Yeah, Whisperflow is really slow today. Somebody said missing an opportunity when you post to include your stream link. What do you mean, with on X or what? Somebody said GitHub is down. Abhinav said, one big question, if BridgeVoice is installing locally, can somebody reverse engineer as it is not needing any APIs for the voice to text at all? I mean, here's my perspective, is that I think that voice to text is basically a commodity. Voice to text is nothing special, right? I think that like and actually I'm going to talk to somebody from the community here soon. I think that he'll give me a good perspective as well, because he's really into text-to-speech tools, or speech-to-text tools. But, you know, I think that with speech-to-text, it's like a lot of things, there's not even necessarily anything special about the technology at all, right? Like, speech-to-text is speech-to-text. But the thing is that marketing and branding play a huge deal in that. Okay, so let's see this. So this was done. Okay, there's nothing sensitive, so I can show it to you guys. Let me just double check, actually. Okay, so yeah, so check this out, guys. So here's where we left off. So we set up an S3 bucket. It created a BridgeMind downloads and US East 1 with versioning enabled and public access blocked. CloudFront will serve files from it. So we then set up a CloudFront OAC. So it created an origin access control so CloudFront can read from the private S3 bucket. It created a policy that forces content disposition attachment so browsers download files instead of trying to display them. And then it also set up IAM permissions and set it up in the CI/CD workflow. So this is actually very good. Let's see if this is done. Okay, it says that it's still pending. We manage the DNS records for BridgeMind inside of Route 53. Would you add these respectively? Review my Route 53 account inside of my AWS account using the BridgeMind CLI and add these CNAME records accordingly. All right, so we're still using this Opus 4.6 fast model. And it is, I mean, it is fast. It's just incredibly expensive. We already spent $500 with it, so. Oh, somebody said GitHub is down. Check the status. Dang. Let's check that out. GitHub status. Incident with pull requests. Interesting. Okay, hold on here. Okay, so it's adding these CNAME records, and then once it adds those, we should be good to test this. All right. All right, guys, let's move the desk up. We got to get the energy back. Last time we did what, a 60 bomb? We're gonna have to do at least a 50 bomb here. The screen, we're doing some sensitive stuff in AWS right now that can't be shown, so let's drop a 50 bomb, and then that'll be done here in a second. We're at 135 push-ups, so we need to get to 500 today. We're doing 500, so who's ready to do? I'm gonna drop a 50 bomb personally, but you guys should drop at least a 25 bomb. All right, 50 bomb chat, let's go. All right, so this is now pending validation. All right, let's go over here. All right, did this work? This is a quick test. BridgeVoice works very well. All right. All right, we're on 185. Okay. All right, let me check up on the status of this deployment. Still pending validation. DNS record added, pending validation. Okay. All right, then I may have to do the Windows stuff off stream later tonight, just because it's so sensitive. All right, let's pull up Warp real quick. And what I want to do in Warp, we actually have to make an update to, actually, let's not use Warp. Let's use Opus 4.6 fast. I want to spend some money. All right, BridgeSpace. I want you to do an in-depth review of BridgeSpace and do another in-depth review of the BridgeMind API. I only want to allow pro subscribers of BridgeMind to be able to use BridgeSpace. If the user only has a free plan, they should not be able to take actions like creating new workspaces or using the Bridge MCP Kanban board or going to the prompts page. So if they're trying to take these actions such as creating a new terminal workspace or going to the prompts page or going to the Kanban board page, we should have a modal pop up that is a call to action that lets them know that only pro subscribers are allowed to take that action and that they must upgrade their plan to a pro subscription to be able to do that. The styling for this needs to be very professional and very modern, and I need you to do an in-depth review of BridgeSpace and of the BridgeMind API and come up with an intuitive way to do this that won't break functionality, but will properly subscription guard the application so that only pro subscribers are able to use it. Okay, so there is, I mean, look at how fast BridgeVoice is. It's like lightning fast. So it's fantastic. BridgeSpace, BridgeMind API, let's enter plan mode for this one. And let's just do a quick check. So like I said, our goal is to spend $1,000 on this Opus 4.6 fast model. Let's do a quick check of where we're at. So we're at 900. Oh my gosh. This model is insane. It's just so absurdly expensive. So we're already at $1,000, but technically we have $400 more to spend because we started at $400. But this model is like absolutely absurdly expensive. Like, you guys should not be using this. I hate to say it. W Dan said if you're doing big cursor spending, we got to get some sub agents and skills and hooks built out. 100% W Dan, 100%. Oh, also, what did W Dan say here? W Dan said still a few commands that have over 200 characters, like the Nightbot message for revenue. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yep, thank you. Loris, how's it going? Welcome. Laura said, what are we doing? Basically, we're spending big racks right now. We're at $1,000. We're gonna get to $1,400. But while Cursor runs up an insane check, I'm gonna go grab some OJ. I'll be right back, guys. Look at these sub agents running. Do you guys think that Opus 4.6 is even that much faster, though? What do I think about Rust? I like it. I use it for BridgeVoice, so it's good. But we're at $1,000. We got to get to 1,428 to get to that $1,000 threshold. So we're gonna get there. I'm gonna be back. I'll be back. I'm just gonna go grab some OJ real quick. You guys keep an eye on this, and if there's any API keys that leak, have at it. Have fun. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. That's good. W. Dan said, I honestly thought this would be faster on fast mode. So did I. It's not that fast. The only thing that's going fast is my bank account depleting to $0. Alright, I will say that it is noticeably faster, though. You have to give it that. It is noticeably faster. Look at how fast it's coding. Very fast. Yeah, WDN said 1.5x the speed for 6 times the cost, yeah. Yeah. Definitely not worth it. What I don't understand is why is this not in, like... I mean, is this in artificial analysis? Opus 4.6. It's not in artificial analysis. Hold on. Opus 4.6. Yeah. That's interesting. Why it's not? Why is it not in artificial analysis? Somebody said you are aware it's built separately from the max plan. Yes. I've got $10,000 in cursor credits, so we're just doing this as a check. Right now we're at 1,000, but even like let's just refresh this here and like we've spent $31 so far just on this conversation that you guys have been watching. $31. That's insane. $31. $31. Jeez. Alright. All 5 tasks are now complete. So, errors. Fix this error that I see here. And, oh shoot, we just passed 300 likes. We're gonna have to do a piano performance here. Alright, hold up here. Let me try this. Does this work? Hello? Okay. Alright, we're gonna do a piano performance. We're at 300 likes. What this finish? Is this... Let's go back. Alright. So this is gonna let me... What? I have a pro plan though, do I not? Maybe later. Account. I have a pro plan. Look at this, pro plan, active. Have me active. Okay, so not even a one-shot. This is a Codex type of issue. I feel like this is the thing is that Codex would not have this issue. If Codex was doing this, it would not do that. And then at the end of it, I want you to note that I am using an account that does have a pro subscription, and when I try to take actions that require a pro subscription, it is still popping up the modal. Would you review the logic in depth once again and update the code so that it does not do this? I have a pro subscription and the modals are still incorrectly displaying. Pinpoint and diagnose what is causing this and then update the code respectively to fix this error. Oh my gosh, BridgeVoice is like, boom, immediate. Immediate transcription is what BridgeVoice is. Let's do a quick check on how many subscribers we have. You know, it's crazy because we're at 41,913 and the BridgeMind Pro subscription is just like taking off. Shout out to everybody that has subscribed for BridgeMind. Really appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't already checked out BridgeMind, make sure you do so. We have, let's see here, during this stream, we've had 5 new Pro subscribers, so shout out to those of you that have subscribed to BridgeMind Pro. We're going to have BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace that are going to be accessible this week, potentially even today, but I may have to do some private sensitive stuff off stream which has been a little bit annoying, but let's see if this actually works. So now this, oh my gosh, I have a pro subscription. Note that I am still getting this error. I want you to write a handoff prompt to GPT 5.3 Codex with the issue that we are currently having, which is the fact that even though I'm a pro subscriber, I am still getting shown the upgrade to pro modal, and it's not properly recognizing my pro subscription. Write a handoff prompt, respectively, to GPT 5.3 Codex. I'm telling you right now, I will almost guarantee that Codex will be able to one-shot this. Yeah, WDan, yeah. So my plan is that, like, currently, what we're going to do is that we're going to do BridgeVoice, BridgeSpace, and then BridgeCode is going to release. I think BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice will release this week. I think we could get BridgeCode released next week. And BridgeCode, when we release it, it's going to come with a BridgeCode API, and we're going to be serving free vibe coding models from BridgeCode API. So you're going to be able to use, it's going to be free vibe coding inside of BridgeCode. It's going to be amazing. Somebody said, what is the cursor bill so far with Opus 4.6 Fast? Let's do a quick check. The goal for today was to spend $1,000 on Opus 4.6 Fast. Right now, we have spent $1,000, $1,072. So here is what we did. We literally spent $72 in this conversation, and it wasn't even able to solve the issue. Here's the handoff prompt that it's doing. It's almost like you don't even want it, like, sometimes fast isn't necessarily better if it's going to sacrifice, like, a bunch of intelligence, right? So it's like, hey, you know, I would rather have something, you know, work for 20 minutes and get it right than have something that's going to work for, you know, 5 minutes and get it wrong. All right, so definitely something to consider. So we're going to use GPT 5.3 Codex. I'm going to submit the handoff prompt. I'm going to add the BridgeMind API, and I'm also going to add BridgeSpace. And this is going to work for probably like 10 to 20 minutes. But with that being said, we have hit 300 likes, so we're going to do a quick piano performance, guys. Let's move the camera to the FBI cam real quick. Hold up here. So this is going to work here for while we're playing piano. Once we're done with piano, this will probably be done, and hopefully, I'm assuming that it'll work. We'll see. But let's switch the cam. Okay, which one is it? I don't even know what, is it this one? I don't know what camera it's set up to. But guys, let's do some piano real quick. All right, can you guys hear me, by the way? Can everybody hear me? All right, here is the, all right, it's actually, I think it's this one. Okay, definitely. Okay, so here's the setup, guys. Also, I just started drinking these Elevation protein shakes. They're pretty good. But let's do some piano. Thank you guys for 300 likes. Let's go over here. All right. I need to learn like some new songs for you guys. I'm getting the repertoire. Let's getting nimble here. All right, let's pull up chat. All right, so here's the piano. All right, let's pull up this. All right, I'm pulling up chat. All right, what's up, guys? Can you guys hear me? Sponsored by Aldi. Exactly, yeah. All right. Let's go right here. I'm going to check to make sure that this is a good angle, but we're going to do a quick piano performance. Also, if we can get to 600 likes, I am going to be doing a cold plunge, but we reverse the order of the cold plunge and the piano in today's stream. Okay, I think you guys can hopefully see this and hear. I feel like maybe down a little bit. Hold on. We'll see. I'll check in chat. All right. Hey, look who's in the chat. NS is in the chat. Oh, speaking of NS, who's down for another NS stream? Who's down for another NS stream? There needs to be another one here soon. All right, I think this is good. Okay, yeah, this is good. All right, guys, you know the drill. Let's do a little tune. I like to freestyle. I like to just jam out. So. All right, that was the piano. I know more songs, but I like to just like jam out and freestyle. So that's like a rendition of Juice WRLD. That's just the one I like to jam out with on stream. Always a vibe. So, all right, guys, with that being said, let's get back to grinding. Let's see if GPT 5.3 Codex was able to solve this issue. Let's get back up to the lab and see if GPT 5.3 is done, first of all. Also, if we can get to it, I would like to set these Clawdbots up. One of them definitely needs to get set up. Okay, so like I said, this one is definitely, like, I expected it to still be working. So yeah, so you can see it is still working. And I think that this one is going to be able to solve it in the first shot. But hold on, let me move the camera. All right, yeah, so I definitely think that in a lot of cases... Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay, we're back. All right, guys, what's up? So, yeah, I mean, GPT 5.3 is... GPT 5.3 is still working, and like I said, you know, in my opinion, I think that GPT 5.3 Codex can be an incredible model if you want it to, like, one-shot. I think that this is a one-shotted machine. We'll see here in a second if it's able to get it. All right, hold on. I am going to put the... I'm going to put the FBI cam back up. Full house tour. Maybe one day, maybe one day. Guys, we've been... for all of you guys that have been around for a while, we've been through the trenches together, boys. Don't forget what we've been through. Oh my gosh. I've got some cool content that we're going to be releasing here soon. But, you know, on a serious note, you know, there's been some pretty difficult experiences that I've gone through during this journey. Yeah, you know, it's like with whatever you're doing, if you want to become successful, you just have to have the mindset of like, hey, nothing easy is really worth doing in the first place. All right, let's see if Codex was able to one-shot this. Codex one-shotted it. What did I just say? So, literally before this, we were using Opus 4.6, right? And we were using Opus 4.6 fast. We were blowing an insane check. I was literally running up hundreds, right? And we switch it to GPT 5.3 Codex, and it gets it in one shot. And I think that for people that are serious about vibe coding, you know that intuition that comes with understanding which models are good where, right? But with that being said, hold on, let me put the FBI cam back up, and then I'm going to knock out a 40 bomb, maybe even a 50 bomb, but give me 1 second here. Alright. That probably was echoing. Okay. Yeah, Sir Knight said Codex is definitely the better coding model right now. Yeah, I mean, it could be true. I mean, let's see if it, I mean, and here's the great part about BridgeSpace is that we can literally go here, right? And we can go to BridgeMind. And, heck, let's just do 12, right? Let's do 12, and let's launch 12 Codex instances, right? 12. Workspace 1. Boom. 12 Codex instances ready to go. Alright, also, we did just hit this, so if we can get to 600 likes, 600 likes equals cold plunge. Alright, there you go. 600 likes equals cold plunge, guys. But, you know, this is the great part about Codex is, I mean, it's a one-shot machine. So, I'm pretty sure, can I take this and drop it up here? Okay, perfect. That's nice. Okay, hold up. Let's see, let's go back to this cursor instance. There was some sensitive information in it, but I do want to check. Okay, it says that it's live. Hold on, guys. Oh, shoot. Oh, guys. Oh, shoot. Okay. Hold up here. It does say that it's live. Okay, look at this. It's live, and then it gives me the link for the DMG download. It returns a HTTP 200 with the correct content type and the 17 megabyte DMG file. Everything is done. Make sure that the BridgeMind UI is now updated so that it can download it respectively. No contractor has just one tool for the job. Knowing what tools work for you at a point in time will help you. Locking into any one vendor or solution will inevitably lead to roadblocks, 100%. Somebody said, so Codex is better than Opus now. What happened? I mean, here's the thing is that, you know, it's not necessarily better, but in some instances, it's like, hey, I mean, you can look at the benchmarks, right? And we don't have the benchmarks yet for Codex 5.3, but we can look at GPT 5.2. It's so annoying that they don't have it available in the API yet. Why did they even do that? It's so stupid. Whoa, what the heck? Codex? I just put Codex extra high on here, did I not? Do you guys see this? GPT 5.2 scores 49 on the Artificial Analysis Coding Index, and then Codex does 43. That's so weird. Yeah, BridgeVoice is a lot better than Siri. It's literally instant. All right, let's do a quick sub check. Our goal is 42,000 subscribers. We're only 77 subs away. Let's go, guys. All right, let's check this out. So now if I go over locally here, let's check this out. So I think BridgeVoice is good to download now. Hold on. Let's go over to products, and we'll go to BridgeVoice. Download from macOS. Look at that. Let's go. Let's go, guys. All right. So BridgeVoice. No freaking way. This is legendary, guys. You guys are seeing this live right now. All right. So this is the DMG file. Let me kill this task real quick. All right, so let's pull it into applications. And then can I literally do BridgeVoice? Oh my gosh. BridgeVoice is an app you downloaded from the internet. Are you sure you want to open it? Yes. BridgeVoice would like to access the microphone. Allow. And then it says, oh my gosh. All right, so then it says BridgeVoice would like to receive keystrokes from any application. All right, so I'm gonna allow this. I'm gonna open my system settings and allow this. Look at this, guys. Oh my gosh. All right, look at this, guys. I'm gonna allow. Hold up. All right, quit and reopen. All right, guys. All right, so here's the setup. Guys, you guys are seeing this literally right now. This is sick. So this is BridgeVoice on macOS. All right, so let's do next. Set your shortcut. Grant accessibility access. Get started. Okay, hold up here. Okay, so there's one issue that I noticed right away. So if we go here, as you're gonna notice is that this is connecting to my local host. Somebody said, what is your main cam specs? The one you are using, is it a MacBook webcam? Yes, it is. So here's the issue. But first of all, this does work. We were just able to download this, and it's in my application. So this is no longer running locally. This is actually the DMG, okay? So this is in production. Now, this here, the issue is that this is my local account. It works great, though. Like, I wonder if I can... Okay. All right. So let's figure this out real quick. I want you to review BridgeVoice. Help me understand how the environment variables are getting set. So for example, in our GitHub action workflow, when we build and deploy BridgeVoice, how is the URL to whatever environment is being used to the API being set? Because right now I just downloaded it and it appears to be pointing to my local host instead of the production URLs. Oh, hell in here. Please tell me that's saved. Okay, perfect. Amazing. Alright, so this is an issue. We'll fix it real quick. Somebody said, how much have you burnt on Opus 4.6? Our goal was $1,000 in this stream. So far, we have spent $1,125. But we started at $400. That means about $700 so far. Yeah, this is an Apple Studio display cam, yes. Alright, also guys, we need to drop a 50 bomb. I said I was going to do one, but I didn't do one. So let's drop one. Also, the piano performance is now done. The only question is, can we get to a cold plunge today? I mean, shoot, guys, I want to do a cold plunge, but... The build chain is correct. Tory build runs npm run build, which produces a production Vite build. In a production Vite build, import meta dev is false, and import meta dev environment is true. So the front end should resolve to API. The rest. Oh. Hold on here. Let me test something. Let me go to Finder. Okay, so check this out. So in Finder, you can see BridgeVoice right here. So if I click on this, it pops up this, but this is my local database plan. Like, this is all local. It's the exact same environment that I had locally. Like, this is local. This is not production. Even though... Okay, I need your help in understanding one thing, however. When I downloaded BridgeVoice, it was using my local database. I don't know if this was cached or what it was, but I want you to review the screenshot and note that this here, I just downloaded BridgeVoice from... Hold on. Review the screenshot. I downloaded BridgeVoice from... okay, this is an interesting issue. So, with BridgeVoice, I downloaded it from the page here. And once I downloaded it, I put it in my applications. And now... it didn't even have me log in. I already had cached the login, and it appears that it's using my local database. Why is this the case? What is causing this? All right, Opus 4.6 fast. I do have the word is out on this model. It's terrible. Can I lower the music? Okay, I'll lower it a little bit. A lot of people like the music though, so. Try and find a good balance. All right, I lowered it just a little bit. It's probably cached. That's normal. Normally, it creates the cache and saves the settings on your computer. Reinstalling it revisits the same folder and retrieves the information already present. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it says you downloaded BridgeVoice from localhost 3000. That's your local development server for BridgeMind UI, but the DMG itself came from CloudFront. So the app binary is the production build. The reason it shows your local data without logging in is that BridgeVoice stores auth token and data locally on your Mac. The storage is there. You previously ran BridgeVoice in development mode on this same machine, which authenticated against your local API and saved tokens plus data to the directory. When you install the production DMG, it reads the same directory because the app identifier is the same. Okay, so shout out to Blackwell. Looks like he's spot on here. It reads from the same directory. The cache auth tokens from your dev sessions are still valid, and the dictionary entries like BridgeMind to BridgeMind were saved during dev. The production build is pointing to this, but since it found valid cache tokens, it didn't need to re-authenticate. The data you see is local on your machine, not from a remote database. Okay, to verify it's actually hitting production, you could do this. Okay. I want you to do this for me. Clear the local data so that we can test this respectively. All right, this is risque, but yeah, somebody said I don't need it. Well, I don't need to clear my local DB, but I do need to clear this. It's the local data from that application because it's the same app identifier. So yeah, it is cached. If you want to test it, I'd try it running on a VM with no BridgeVoice that has ran before. Yeah, well, all we need to do is clear the cache, and then once the cache is cleared, we should be able to restart it, and then we should be good. So let me also, looks like, okay, it said BridgeVoice. Okay, so it says that it's done. BridgeVoice local data is now cleared. Let's force quit real quick, and then we'll restart. So let's go over here. Let's force quit BridgeVoice. And then now, let's go over to applications and pull it back up and see if it does the same thing. So here's BridgeVoice. Okay, perfect. All right, so check this out, guys. So now it's functioning completely differently, okay? So let's just enlarge this a little bit so you guys can see it. So this is how BridgeVoice works. And I think that what you guys are gonna see in the coming days is that once we get this production pipeline built, right? Like, we'll be able to do a lot more. But initially, it's asking you which speech recognition model you want to use to get started. So there's tiny, base, small, and then medium. There's a lot that we're going to be doing, but we're just going to use, let's just use base. So we download this model, and now we're in. So it didn't cache it this time, but it does look like it still cached the subscription. Good work, but I still have an issue here because you can see that I still am logged in as BridgeMind apps with the Pro plan, but this is from the local session that I had. So not exactly sure why this is happening because this is accessing the local. Hold on here. Can we try? What if I just log out? Let's just try this. Let's just try logging out, right? So if I do start building, oh, okay. I will say, I think 5.3 maybe be better. I think we're done using Opus 4.6 fast, guys. I think we should be using 5.3. Just like genuinely, I think it's better. Okay, hold up here. Review where I'm being redirected to in BridgeVoice. Why is this happening? Ugh. Hold on, guys. Test, test, test. Oh, man. Okay. We actually should keep it in the same conversation. Why am I getting redirected to this URL? That is not the correct production URL. 5.3 is the better coding model for sure, Sir Knight said. I mean, they're close, but yes, I agree. Okay, Super Combo just dropped a link in the chat. Hold on. Also, guys, if you guys are watching and are interested in using BridgeVoice or using BridgeSpace, they are launching this week. The price for the Pro subscription is going to go up. Right now, we're offering 50% off. So technically, it's $10 a month if you use BridgeMind 50 off at checkout. As soon as we do get BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace launched, that is going to go away. The BridgeMind MCP is launched. So you guys can use that, but the BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice is going to launch, and as soon as they launch, we're taking away that discount code. So if you guys want to get the first 3 months half off, I would recommend signing up for BridgeMind Pro today. These will be available here soon. That's not the actual correct page, though. This is not the correct domain, though, for the BridgeMind production. I want you to review the AWS CLI, use the AWS CLI to access my AWS account, and review where the production URL domain actually is. It's this here. Actually, what am I doing? Don't use the AWS CLI. It's overkill. Okay. It's saying BridgeMind.dev. It's not BridgeMind.dev. All right, BridgeVoice. Okay, there we go. All right, how's Opus 4.6? It's expensive. Opus 4.6 fast it's expensive, and it's not even that much faster. That's the biggest issue. Also, let me pull up this link that you gave me, Super Combo. Oh, is this new? Oh shoot, Aurora Alpha. All right, guys, we have a new stealth model that just came out. Aurora Alpha. All right, so if you guys didn't know this, we have two stealth models right now. There's Pony Alpha. And then now there's Aurora Alpha, so it looks like these are obviously probably from the same provider. This one has 128,000 in context. On here. Let's ask Grok real quick what it thinks it is. This is a stealth model on OpenRouter. What provider do you think is offering this model based off of the context window? Super Combo said it's not that good or ready for testing. He thinks it's an OpenAI model based on the thinking levels. DSAD said they've massively throttled Opus 4.6 regular. No, the URL isn't correct. Somebody asked how much is my Claude bill per month. It's about $200 right now. I'm testing. We're spending $1,000 today on this Opus 4.6 fast. Hold on, let me check Discord. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay, this is actually really helpful. So it looks like this Aurora Alpha model is from OpenAI. You can see from the reasoning efforts, we have extra high, high, medium, low, minimal, and none. So it does look like this is an OpenAI model. All right, I'm actually gonna make a tweet about this. Okay, hold up. All right, new stealth model on OpenRouter. What are they saying? All right, hold up here. What is OpenRouter actually saying about this model? They said it is what? Insanely fast? They're saying Aura Alpha is an extremely fast reasoning model. It is built for coding assistance. All right, new stealth model on OpenRouter. Aurora Alpha is an insanely fast reasoning model built for coding. Initial speculation is that this is an OpenAI model based on the reasoning effort options. Okay. But X is incredibly important, guys. Backstory says he doesn't think it's OpenAI. Who do you think it is? It's 277 tokens per second. Jeez. They all say that on OpenRouter. Oh, Backstory Bytes said they all say that. Okay. That's all right. We'll spread some false information. That's horrible to say. Okay, so build triggered. Okay, this is actually a great test. So this is what we wanted to see. So look at this upgrade prompt. So all of the old URLs were redirecting to BridgeMind.dev, and finally this did actually just redirect to the correct web URLs. Nice. Okay. So if for some reason it was BridgeMind.dev, it just changed it. Somebody said it's probably Codex Mini. Leda said that. Cerebrus with OpenAI. Okay, this is what I'm actually interested in. I want to show this to you guys because this is what I was kind of learning over the weekend. So if we go to, we just deployed a new build, right? And what I'm interested in is now that we deploy a new build, we're going to be able to see this GitHub workflow get kicked off, right? And what I'm interested in is like this right here. So you can see update production web URL from BridgeMind.dev to www.bridgemind.ai, right? That's the correct URL. But what I'm interested in is once I deploy this, is the CI/CD pipeline truly hooked up so that once I deploy this, it's going to update the DMG package inside of the S3 bucket that's being used for the download. So that's going to be an interesting thing to see. Also, review this page and update it so that it actually uses the new GPT. Sorry, somebody just said that Judy 5.3 just dropped in Codex. All right, hold up. Argo Fowl just said that Judy 5.3 Codex just dropped in Cursor 5 minutes ago. Is that true? Let's check it out. Hold on, let's give it this prompt. Okay, so we're gonna give it this. Also, we are blowing an insane check on, we're spending $1,000 on Opus 4.6 Fast today. I kind of locked myself into spending $1,000, but at the end of the day, it doesn't look like this is actually that good. Also, let's go over here and check this out. So let's go over to Cursor. Did it just release on oh, wow. Yeah, so GPT 5.3 Codex is now available in Cursor. It's noticeably faster than 5.2 and is now the preferred model for many of our engineers. Wow. Okay. So yeah, this did just launch. All right, I'm gonna let Cursor know that we're testing. Okay, so let's pull this up. So is this now available? Yeah, there it is. Wait, that's crazy though, because how is it? Did this just get released on the API from OpenAI? Yeah, it is there. Hold on, let's see this here. we'll let that update. So yeah, so it does look like this is now available. 5.3 Codex. This is great. All right, so is this now available? Like, did OpenAI just say anything? Let's check. All right, 8 minutes ago. Eric said that it's his favorite model. Did this just get released in the API then, or is it literally just through Cursor? Oh my gosh. Somebody said alpha is fast but awful. Honestly, Opus 4.6 isn't that fast. Like, literally, this is, oh my gosh. Alright, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm literally getting spam called right now. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna mute my mic. Sam, what? Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're in the stream? Yes, I know. Okay, yes, I saw it. Yes, slow down. Yes, I saw that 5.3 was available, yes. 50,000? Okay. All right, yeah, I can pump it. I can pump it for you. I mean, listen, Dario. There's a bidding war. All right, Dario gave me 100K, and you know, I told him I was going to spend $1,000 on stream today, using this Opus 4.6 fast model. I'm using it right now, but yeah, I mean, if you send me 50 racks, then I'll switch over to 5.3 and give it a shot. But listen, like, you know, I want it within at least the next 5 minutes, so just make sure it's a wire. I'll take it in... Honestly, don't even worry about the wire. Just send it to me in, like, Bitcoin, and we'll be good. Okay. All right, and please stop spam calling me on stream. Just chill, and just, you know, send me a text, send me an email. Just be a normal person, okay? Don't constantly be spam calling me on the stream. Just chill. Okay. All right. Thank you, Sam. All right, I'll keep an eye out for it. All right, thank you. All right, see ya. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I got this crazy ex-girlfriend that's been blowing up my phone lately. Let's hold up. What's up with this sad music all of a sudden? Hold on. Gotta get this off. Hold on here, guys. It's chill, but a little bit depressing. All right. Okay, so let's give 5.3 a shot here. It just dropped in Cursor. 5.3 Codex. All right, BridgeMind UI, and I mean, is that Linux? Review this and make sure that this is using the correct Apple, Windows, and Linux logos. Thank you. Also, if you could make the hero section more compact, more professional, and improve the styling while staying on theme with the existing styling, that would be great. Somebody said, yeah, people are saying that alpha is super fast but terrible. BridgeVoice products. Okay, hold on. Let's stop. Okay, this is crazy because, okay, I'm done using Opus 4.6 fast, so I am going to make a video on this. But, you know, what I will say here is that it's not that good. It's not that good. 4.6 fast is not worth the money, but 5.3 Codex inside a Cursor, we'll use this. It is in max mode. Does anybody know the context on 5.3? Is it 400,000? I would assume, right? The craziest part is that it's not even in OpenRouter yet. Like, Cursor just got this. All right, also, guys, hold up. While this Codex instance works, we need to hit some push-ups, guys. We need to drop a 40 bomb or maybe even a 50 bomb. Let's go. All right, quick 40 bomb. All right, we're up to 225 push-ups. Yeah, we gotta do pull-ups too. Hold on. Go. Okay. I'm gonna have this protein shake. Okay. So here's what I'm interested in. All right, hold up here. Something just disconnected. Okay. Doing a lot of capturing. Okay, GPT 5.3 Codex just came out. Here's music. Sorry, stop for a second. Okay. Capturing screenshot. Let's check up on that GitHub action workflow. That was important. Let's go back to it. Where is it? Let's find it. Okay. All right, BridgeMind. Let's check up on this workflow, okay? Okay. All right, so it's notarizing it. Okay, it's notarizing it right now. It should be done in a minute. And then we'll be able to test it again. Let's see Codex. Honestly, Codex did get a lot better with its design capabilities for sure. I noticed that. So what's better, 5.3 or Opus, and what exactly is better? Okay. I will say Codex has been doing pretty good lately. Noticeably better. Okay, somebody said look at OpenAI's Twitter. What, are they posting stuff right now? I don't see anything. They haven't posted anything. Nothing new. Okay, is there a way to automate GitHub Actions and the CI/CD pipeline with AI? Yep, that's what I do. I create all of my CI/CD pipelines and GitHub Actions using AI to write everything. So if you haven't done that, I would highly suggest that you check that out. All right, why is this so slow? Oh, so Super Combo said it's OpenAI developers. Hold up here, guys. OpenAI developers. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so this is new. So they said GPT 5.3 Codex is rolling out in Cursor AI, Code, and GitHub today. What's Code? Oh, Visual Studio Code. This is the first model we're treating as high cybersecurity capability under our preparedness framework. We'll continue to scale safety mitigations and expand API access over the next few weeks. That's interesting. Yep, that is correct. Yes. GitHub Actions to ECS. Okay. Let's see if we can get BridgeSpace downloaded. I want you to review the logs for this GitHub action workflow and tell me if the build completed. I then need you to review how the... Hold on, this is the issue now that we're going to face. So BridgeVoice has a perfect CI/CD pipeline, but hold on here. But the other one doesn't. Which one were we using? It was this one here, wasn't it? Okay, great work. Would you now summarize what you did for creating the pipeline for BridgeVoice where we use S3 in CloudFront? Would you create a README documenting what you did for this? Because I will hand that off to another AI that will build a similar thing for BridgeSpace review and output the README respectively. All right, BridgeMind. Oh, I don't need an API. BridgeSpace. And honestly, I'm not going to have it in fast mode on this. Fast mode is really not worth it. I'll probably make a video on it just so that people can, I'll say that AI spent $1,000 on it. But, honestly, fast mode was a little bit, it was not that good. Also, Super Combo just said that he shared a screenshot. Okay, so check this out, guys. So this is important. So Super Combo just highlighted the fact that Codex GPT 5.3 is the same pricing. I'm actually going to post this on X as well. Super Combo is the GOAT. GPT 5.3 Codex. Okay, thank you, Super Combo. You're the GOAT. Okay. Waste of a month's worth of food. Okay. All right, so we're gonna do S3 CloudFront download. So I want the same infrastructure for the CI/CD pipeline that we created for BridgeVoice for BridgeSpace. So when we do a new release, we want to make sure that people are able to get the latest update, and it's semi-complex. So a little bit of sensitive stuff that I'm doing right now. So just give me 1 second, guys. Somebody said, which app am I building? You can do a command. It's the products command. You can check out what we're building here. Oh, oops. That's not good. You guys can't even see. Looks like the FBI cam is down. Okay. Alright, so I'm now going to take this. Great work. I now need you to create the same pipeline or a similar pipeline and do the same approach for BridgeSpace. Review BridgeSpace in depth and create a structured plan for what needs to be updated before anything is deployed. But I now need you to review BridgeSpace and create a structured plan on what needs to be updated inside of AWS, as well as what we must do in the actions to make sure that we properly deploy the latest release to the S3 bucket respectively, and that we take a similar approach as we did with BridgeVoice. Create a structured plan for what needs to be done. Remember that you can use the BridgeMind AWS profile, BridgeMind CLI, to access my AWS account via the AWS CLI to build this infrastructure. But first, do a review of the code base and create a structured plan with the steps that need to be completed to build this CI pipeline. Okay, so it's gonna be the same thing for BridgeSpace. So the same approach that we use for BridgeVoice, I'm gonna use for BridgeSpace. I'm gonna put this in plan mode. Here's what I'm looking at. We're just gonna put this in a plan mode, and it's gonna be able to do the same thing. I'm also gonna drop in a BridgeMind AWS, so it uses that, and that's going to now plan that out. So we'll let that one work, and in the meantime, let's take a look at our GitHub action workflow over here and see if that did complete. Sometimes the notarization process can take like really long. I don't know if anybody else has that issue, but yeah, it looks like the notarization process is still running. I hate that so much. Hold on. Oh, it says that it's done. At least with the signing process. It's been running for 18 minutes though. Here's what it looks like. So this is the GitHub action workflow, right? And this is for the macOS release. Windows is gonna come soon. That's on the list for today, but what kind of sucks is that I've gotta do quite a bit kind of like off stream because it's very sensitive. So I'll probably do that later this evening. I've just been having a great time working on these deployments, and I've been seeing a ton of pro subscribers roll in, and I think as soon as we have BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice available, we're gonna do a pretty hard push on marketing. And what's great is that, hey, when it comes to marketing, you know, my videos now get on average of like a couple thousand views, right? So it's nice because I have an entire outlet right here. And even like during the stream, I've had 8 people today subscribe in the last like 2 hours or whatever it's been during the stream that have subscribed to BridgeMind Pro. So shout out to those people that have subscribed. And you know, if you guys haven't already, make sure you go check it out, because BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace are very, very useful vibe coding tools that are going to be coming out. And I think that you guys are going to get a ton of use out of them. As for this, it looks like we have 2 sub-agents that are now doing a review of BridgeSpace. You guys can see this here. Cursor sub-agents are very useful. Blackwell said Codex is slow. Not as much anymore. It's actually the speed on it's pretty good. It had a very large speed increase. Like if we do go to 5.3, they did announce that there was a 40% speed up. Now, so there's one member, Backstory Bytes, of our community does talk about how you know, what he felt like there was a 40% speed increase, but it did lose some of its capabilities, some of the intelligence. I think that a lot of people are going to have different opinions on that, but as for, you know, the speed increase, I mean, I think they did partner with Cerebras, and they did do that. So instead of downloading from websites, can you implement in-app updates like all the others? Yeah, Admin Apps. That's exactly what we're doing. That's what this CI pipeline is actually for. Also, guys, do you want to do let's do a project sharing event tomorrow. Hold on. All right, if anybody would be interested in sharing their project during a project sharing event tomorrow, please let me know. So we do have an event scheduled for tomorrow at 2 p.m. It's right here. I'm gonna send this out. Project sharing event tomorrow. Project sharing event tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ben Robe said he wants to join project sharing. Okay, cool, man. Just let me know. Make sure you pull up. All right, let me check on this here. All right. Okay. All right, so this does look good to go. So this is the BridgeSpace S3 pipeline, right? So it's going to be similar. Battle fights that I wish I could vibe code, but have to go to work. Oh, that stinks. All right, so let's drop this. And that's going to build that out. Okay. Okay, so this is still building. It's signed. I want to ask if it did finish signing. On here. All right. These are the logs for BridgeVoice. Help me understand where... These are the logs for the GitHub actions for BridgeVoice. Help me understand where the logs are currently at. Where's the workflow currently at? Did notarization successfully complete? Let me know. All right, and we're going to use 5.3 for this. All right. Oh, wow. 5.3 is fast. But I finished immediately. Alright, so it says that it's not at a confirmed notarization result yet. The result shows this. Okay. How long does notarization typically take? It's been about 20 minutes. Okay. The vibes are good today. We are getting one step closer after another. Okay, occasional spikes, 30 to 60 minutes. So at 20 minutes, I wouldn't treat it as a failed yet. If it goes past 45 minutes, check for stalled. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys, let's knock out some push-ups while we're waiting on this. BridgeSpace, that pipeline's updating as well. All right, let's knock out some push-ups while this works. All right, chat, let's go. All right, you guys just missed the push-ups because the FBI cam is down. We're at 405. Wait, no, 305. 305. All right, hold on. FBI cam is down. Let me see if I can fix this. right, let me see if I can fix the FBI. Okay, I think I fixed it. All right, there we go. All right, let's go. We're back. Yeah, so somebody asked, what's the current investment to profit ratio? So I invested $30,000 into BridgeMind to get the business started. I burned about, what is it? I guess like 10,000 of that. So 10,000, and then the revenue's been 40,000. So right now I'm 30,000 up. But really, it's like I expect to burn a decent amount of money until you get the revenue really flowing. But that was the initial investment into BridgeMind. All right, let me check if this one's working. Okay, that was good. Okay. Bon. Alan, you can do here, I'll do a command for you. No, I only drink coffee. Ninja, I think I have to repeat this often just because people are caught off guard by my energy level. I drink coffee, but I am very against drinking and drugs. For me personally, I don't think it's good for you. So, okay, Claude. So we launched 6 Claude agents here. Yeah, let's do 6 Claudes. Thank you, Drew. All right. Review the testing suite and confirm that there are no failing tests. If there are any failing tests, fix them. Review the front end and identify any pages that do not follow the professional theme that is outlined in many of the pages. Do an in-depth review of the styling and make sure that all pages are on the same theme. Review the website. Launched 5 agents to identify if there are any pages that are not following the theme, and then update them accordingly. Okay. Okay. Somebody said, is it possible to get paid in Bitcoin? I'm 14 myself, so I hope it's possible just getting cash. I think to even do the Vibathon, you have to be 18 plus. And yes, it's paid out in Bitcoin. Speaking of which, let's build a quick feature related to the BridgeMind Vibathon. So in the BridgeMind API here, and then BridgeMind UI. Honestly, let's do Codex for this instance here. Let's shut this down and let's do Codex. I am finding that GVD 5.3 Codex is actually like much faster. I want you to review the API as well as the UI and take close note of the Vibathon. And I need you to create a new endpoint that is a public endpoint that will render in the Vibathon entries on the website. Create a new page for this and also include it in the Vibathon page. Have a section in it that connects to this endpoint that is Vibathon entries. Review this in depth, create a structured plan for what code needs to be created or updated to include this, and then update across the entirety of the stack accordingly. I am not from Australia, no. Can I code with Gemini? I don't think Gemini is very good. All right, so these agents are now working. Okay. Honestly, I want to do another Codex instance. Would you do an in-depth review of BridgeVoice and identify any areas where there is AI slop code and create a detailed README of your findings where code needs to be cleaned up? What happened to the Clawdbots? We actually do need to set... I keep having it on my list to be able to set one of these up and make it my personal assistant, but I just have not gotten around to it. So I even have it on the list today. If you guys read the description, I have it on the list today, but I'm unsure if I'm going to be able to get it to it today because I'm going to have to do some sensitive stuff off stream. So it just depends. I think I'm going to use the Clawdbots a lot for marketing purposes. I think they're going to be fantastic agents to have for marketing. So it just depends on if I'm able to get to it or not, but we'll see. All right. Super combo. Are the Clawdbots that much better in Discord? All right, Loki, see you, man. Add 20 terminals. I can do that. Look at how fast I can get these terminals up. It's crazy. And do 8. I mean, we can get the absolute most out of our Codex plan. Watch this. I'll just launch all Codex. Wait, is this BridgeMind? Oh. Put in the wrong directory. Hold up. All right, we'll do 8. Desktop. BridgeMind. And we'll do all of them Codex agents. 5.3 Pro plan. Oh my gosh, it's insane. All right, only one-on-one chat. Is that the biggest difference, Super Combo? Is the one-on-one chat? Okay. All right, this is creating that functionality for the Vibathon. All right, also, how is this doing? Write a handoff prompt to another agent that will check your work. Oh, wow. That's actually pretty nice. Okay, check this out, guys. So we were able to create this here. And it used most of the architecture that we used for BridgeVoice in the release downloads that we had there. All right, Super Combo, I'll check it out. Ninja, I've got $10,000 in Cursor credits, so I use those mainly. For Cursor. I think Cursor is definitely a better user interface, right? So you have stuff like debug mode, which is great, but I also am a huge fan of the CLI experience, obviously. I think that BridgeSpace is incredible and will definitely take over my workflow. BridgeSpace will be my main workflow. Alright, front end build is green, but bundle size is heavy. Would you do an in-depth review of BridgeMind UI and look for ways to optimize it so that it has better ARIA labels for SEO purposes and compliance? Okay, got it. All right, so this is something that Super Combos Gamer is doing. I'm gonna pull this up. Yeah, check this out, guys. So basically what Super Combo Gamer is doing is he has a Discord server that is full of Clawdbots that are all working together. So I think that this is pretty interesting. This is an interesting approach to Clawdbots, something that I would like to get set up as well. Battlefight said I run 30 terminals now on Windows. Wow. Why don't I just use the cursor CLI in BridgeMind? I do. I have the cursor CLI set up as well. Okay. Alright guys, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, let's do a quick sub check. The goal for today was 42,000 subs. Let's see, I think we're getting close. Let's do a quick check. Oh yeah, we're getting real close. Alright, we're at 41,993. So if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, we're only 7 subscribers away from 42,000. Let's go guys, appreciate you. Let's go. I have one Clawdbot at the moment, but each channel is a separate instance of the same one. You can also do multiple bots in one server and have them work together. That's sick. Yeah, we'll have to definitely get that set up. Maybe you can help me out a little bit. Super Combo, I'm not sure how to do that. Alright. Alright. This compact or what? Review this project and look for and identify any AI slop code or code that can be optimized and polished. Do a deep dive and output all of your findings. Don't update any code yet, but output all of your findings. And any of the findings, make sure that you also write instructions on how and what actually needs to be updated, and make sure that nothing will be breaking changes. All right, sounds good, Super Combo. Appreciate it, man. Why don't I use multi-agent teams but several windows? So multi-agent teams use a significant amount of tokens. Kind of not really that smart to be using multiple agents right now. I want you to do an in-depth review of the Bridge Code CLI. This was a fork of OpenCode. Would you do a quick review of the latest updates from OpenCode and make sure that we are up to date with the upstream updates? All right. Please do an in-depth review of Bridge Code. I need you to help me understand how we actually get this into production. For example, how users will be able to download this globally. Do we need to get set up with an NPM registry? What is the best practice for this? Have I tried Zed Editor? I have not, no. Yes, I want you to start implementing and fixing, but make sure that any of your changes are not breaking changes. Elliot, what's up, man? He said, keep up the great work. Got you on in the background as I work. Let's go, man. We're all grinding together. All right, yes, proceed. All right, so Codex, I will say Codex 5, GPT 5.3, in my mind, is catching up quite a bit. It's faster. The extra high mode is pretty good. I have the $500 plan, or sorry, the $200 plan. Alright, so it looks like this still exists and remains public. New website rendering now uses the new approved only endpoint. If you want, I can harden. Wait, hold up here. Provide a very brief and concise summary of what you updated and why. There's a long effort mode in cursor. Is there? Hold on, let's try this again. Would it be possible for us to make it so that users can navigate to a particular directory on their computer, let's say in a terminal, and then be able to run the following command? BridgeSpace, and have it open up BridgeSpace in that particular directory. Look at the expos. Which one? Hold on, let me see. Also, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I think we just passed 42,000 subs. I'm gonna do a quick check. You just hit 42K. Let's check real quick. Oh yeah, guys, we did it. Let's go, 42K. Shout out to you guys. Let's go. Just getting started though. We're going to 100K, guys. All right, hold up. This expo super combo just dropped in. Oh, whoa. I've been playing with GPT 5.3 Codex in Cursor's long-running hardness. It just keeps on going. Yeah, I haven't seen this. Oh, this is in Agents. This is in their web browser, I think. Sandev said, I see you're running agent for API and UI separately. Doesn't it make sense to run the top-level directory with both front-end and back-end and one agent to perform everything? No, it's better to give them subtasks because they're able to do a better job at that particular task. All right, so this one, it added a new public API endpoint, get Vivathon entries that returns approved only paginated Vivathon entries. Okay, that actually makes sense. Add a new public UI endpoint to render those entries. Updated the main Vivathon pages entries section to use this new endpoint and redirected legacy leaderboard to Vivathon entries. Updated sitemap links and added test type link. Okay. Yeah, I do have dangerously skip permissions enabled, yes. Great work. I now want you to create a structured plan and begin fixing and implementing all of these improvements without breaking changes. You cannot break any code. You just have to make sure that your updates are perfect and concise and are not breaking any functionality or code. Did I find the new team agents useful in Opus 4.6? Yes, I did. I did find it useful, but it's insanely token heavy. So, for example, like, hey, if you're using that, you're gonna run through 500,000 tokens inside one conversation, like easily. One task will do 500,000 tokens, and you'll pretty much be, like, hit your limit incredibly quickly. How do they all work cohesively? Can you do a video on this? I can, yes. It's more of a skill-based thing though than them. Like, you basically give each agent different tasks, but yes, I can do a video on it, yes. Alright, all 5 agents have completed their work and the team is cleaned up. So this, for example, this actually did run a team. So this one ran a team, and even like now, if we do usage, oops. They sent me an extra usage. They're like, Alright, hold up here. Alright, hold on. Let's go here. Usage, so extra usage, 96 cents spent. So 14% used, 12% used this week. So not much, but the thing is I have like a ton of plans, right? Like I have $10,000 in Cursor credits that I've been using. I spent $1,000 today in Cursor credits. I've got, you know, ChatGPT Pro, I've got Claude 20X. So for me, my usage gets kind of spread out between those, right? Great work. I now need you to double check your work and make sure that all the code is concise and precise and not AI slop. Somebody said, oh wait, hold up. He said, I skipped your message. Hold up, let me go back to your message, Code. He said, you're a great man. I also decided to show live stream for Ukrainian audience as I'm vibe coding with Frontier Codex ChatGPT 5.3. Good for you, man. Yeah, I mean, I think that building in public is a great way to do things. I think that in a lot of ways, BridgeMind, just as a brand in general, has helped pioneer some of this building in public for vibe coding. And I hope that, you know, for the people that, you know, if I can inspire you in any way, that's great. But yeah, definitely keep doing what you're doing. You know, the most important thing is that you just show up and give it everything that you have. You know, I just love being able to wake up every day and be excited to work on what we're working on and make more progress. It's amazing. It's I love it more than anything. It's amazing. Alright, I found pre-existing local edits in BridgeSpace, including src render. Oh, is GitHub down right now? What is my default model? Sonnet 4.5? No. Sonnet 4.5 is like a relic at this point. I mean, I guess a lot of people are still using that, but I mean, why would you not use like GLM 4.7 or something if you're using that? Alright, let's check up on this action workflow here. Dude, that is not good. This notarization is still processing. Oh, Abhinav said actions are down. Are they? How do you know? Actions are running normally, it says. Super Combo says, what's Sonnet 5 exactly? Or 4.5? Yeah. When 4.5 comes out, that'll be a pretty big game changer for sure. I need you to do an in-depth review of the database and the BridgeMind API and ensure that all of our drizzle schemas are in sync and exactly the same in both repos. It's important that both of these are exact replicas of one another. I've never really had View Creator running my my X account. My X account is a little bit more manual. Don't update any code, but just do a diagnosis and evaluate if they are the exact same. The gap between Opus 6 and 7 will be unbearable to follow on X. You think so? Wait, why do you think of Opus 6? Make sure that BridgeSpace also uses the correct logos for Apple, Windows, and Linux accordingly. You can review the BridgeVoice page for this for reference. Okay. Alright, yes, proceed. Varun said, wow, this is epic. How do you have 8 sessions running on the same code base and not have any overwrites? As you get better at using AI and do vibe coding, you understand the different workflows, and one of the most important parts of the workflows is to be able to give the different agents different tasks. Okay, so what's this one saying? Yes, provide the next steps. Yes, proceed with next steps. Alright, so for the release of Bridge Code, best practice for a public CLI is published to the public NPM registry. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do that, probably off stream. Super Combo said we need Grok 4.2 to be better than OpenAI and Anthropic to add more pressure. Yeah, I think that they're so far off right now. It's crazy. Swap. Whoa. That just caused big issues. Review the screenshot and fix the styling. The centering is all whack. Ooh, are we, what's going on here? How many hours do you vibe code every day? I can only imagine how much you spend daily for Opus 4.6. I mean, the thing is, I'm not using API access, right? I'm using it via the plans. So I spend about $200 a month. Yeah, Ibram, that's a really good point. We can do that for sure. Alright, so there's no screenshot. The styling of the hero section of BridgeVoice is not centered. Review the code and fix it accordingly. Yes, proceed. Alright, hold up. Let's go over to cursor real quick. I want to make sure that there's no... Okay. Okay. Using Git, I want you to deploy all changes to the dev branch. WDN said prompt caching is insane. I'm saving 99% on this pipeline by caching the first input. Dang. Caching is amazing, and Codex also dealt with that. Can you recommend best way to vibe code for free? Probably using OpenCode. As soon as Bridge Code releases, there's going to be free models on Bridge Code as well. Somebody asked what app I'm making. You can do a exclamation point products to see some of the applications that are in progress right now. I'm still on this notarization issue with GitHub Actions. Annoying. Somebody said, what is this workspace app? This is BridgeSpace. This is one of the products that we're building right now. Yeah, look at how much money we spent in cursor credits today. That's insane. I'll probably make a video on this just so everybody is kind of like up to date with, you know, we spent $1,200. I think we started at 400. But you know, the thing is that Opus 4.6 fast model, insanely expensive and not even that much of a speed up, if that makes sense. We started working on BridgeSpace about a month ago, yeah. It's been a chaotic month for BridgeMind, that's for sure. Also, we are up to 42,022 subscribers. Shout out to you guys. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Do I have a video uploaded on your channel about how to save usage in Claude Code? I don't. I am. This is actually a really interesting thing that you bring up, because I'll probably make a video on this, but you guys have probably noticed that I've been making more content lately, like making more videos and stuff. And I want to talk a little bit about this just on stream while you guys are here. You know, I'll probably make a video on it, but now that we have the products that we're building that are aligned with BridgeMind, right? So for example, the products that we're building, BridgeVoice, BridgeSpace, BridgeCode, BridgeMind MCP, all these products, they now align with our community and with our platform, right? So I feel as though, like, let's say that you projected this out over the next 3 to 6 months, content and marketing is so much more important now than it ever has been before. So if you guys remember, you know, when we were doing view creator marketing, it was very difficult with view creator because I was doing like marketing view creator using view creator, and I was doing live streams and stuff using view creator to market view creator on BridgeMind, right? But hey, your issue with that is that everybody that's like, you know, we have 386 people watching right now, right? And 98% of you guys are interested in vibe coding, right? So like, if you have a platform that's, you know, related to vibe coding and you're trying to market a social media marketing product that is kind of targeted towards content creators or social media marketing managers, it's like, hey, you're kind of in a tough spot because you're trying to market something, you're sharing something with the wrong audience, right? So I think that now that I have the alignment between basically BridgeMind and building all these tools out, you know, we're going to be able to start creating a lot more content, and I think that's good for a couple of different reasons. But I have a very easy time making content. You know, I don't really want to be a content creator, and I think a content creator, like in my book, is where you have somebody that like their sole focus is to build up their subscriber base so that they can get more views, so they can make more money based off of like advertisements and sponsors, right? That's not my goal. My goal is to actually build a SaaS that generates significant amounts of revenue. So the biggest part of that is going to be your marketing. And yeah, I mean, it's easier than ever before to build, but not easier than ever before to market. So if you can't market correctly, you're going to have a lot of issues. Man, that is not good. Ooh. You guys notice that issue there in BridgeSpace? That's not good. Somebody asked if I'm on a cut. No, I'm not on a cut. Yeah, I just try and stay as lean as I can. I eat pretty healthy. I live a very healthy lifestyle, very disciplined lifestyle. So typically I'll have a six-pack year-round. Just because of I eat healthy. So I'm not saying I'm like, oh, I have a six-pack. I'm just saying I typically will because I do eat very, very healthy. So, okay. All right, so one of those did push to GitHub. Let me check GitHub Actions real quick here. So this is still notarizing. That's frustrating. Let me go over to BridgeSpace and see if that kicked off. Hold on here. So if we go to BridgeSpace, that pushed 3 minutes ago. If we go to Actions, All right, February 7th at 9:15. That was when I was working on this. All right, do I have to push it to main? Let's try this. All right, also, guys, we are at 541 likes. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. At 600 likes, we are going to be doing a cold plunge. We're only 59 likes away. Let's go. All right, let's see. Is that going to kick off the actions, or actions literally down? What's going on? Why, when I pushed to the dev branch and the main branch, did no GitHub actions start? Relax vibes, I appreciate that. I'm 23 years old. Yeah, I mean, I think that if you eat healthy, it really does help you quite a bit. Valeria said actions are back for me. Okay. Yeah, were they down? Were they down? Because that may have been what impacted our action with the notarization. For BridgeVoice. Yeah, GitHub is lagging a little bit. Alright, Boheat said GitHub has been having outages since earlier this morning. They have not fully recovered yet. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Yeah, I heard a little bit about it, but I can't tell if this is, yeah, I mean, my actions aren't kicking off. So, hold on here. Why when I pushed to the dev branch and the main branch did no actions kick off? Hold up here. Okay. Okay, I would like you to push a tag v1.0.1 so that we kick off an action, and I want you to push this to the dev branch respectively. Yeah, GitHub is having issues, yes. Okay, basically everything is degraded on GitHub status right now. Okay, good enough. Alright. Okay. Alright, it's been pushed. Alright, so this is the action. So it is pushing here. Alright, so we're building the macOS build. I do need to set up the Windows build, but I need to do that a little later, off stream, sensitive. Alright, let's knock out a 50 bomb, guys. Let's do a 50 bomb real quick. Let's move the desk up. Let's get the energy back. We got this workflow going here. Let's do a 50 bomb. Okay, WDance said he's not able to merge any PRs. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. All right, we're up to 355 push-ups. Let's go. Okay, we did spend $1,000. We did get this downloaded. These two goals, these two here, the BridgeVoice windows and BridgeSpace windows, we're gonna have to do that off stream. It is sensitive. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Let's let these jobs run. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's go. W Dan is a legend. Okay. So, like, are GitHub Actions just down in general? Like, oh. Oh. Okay. Honestly, guys, I'm just gonna, like, grind a little, like, you know, I'm just gonna keep on grinding today. I'm really enjoying what we're working on. So, I want you to review the logs here, and I want you to go to my AWS account and review the role associated with the OIDC and make sure that the BridgeSpace repo is included, as well as the BridgeVoice repo. Oh yeah, we've got sad music on right now. Hold on, sorry about that, guys. You know what's gonna be sick is when we have like a bridge. It's literally gonna be a BridgeMind, a Bridge Music app. Hold up here, we lost it. There we go. All right, nope. Okay. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna say, I want you to read the logs here. Okay, let me go here. So we have an OIDC role. Super Combo said, let's set up 50 X accounts and give OpenClaw access to them to conquer X. I like your thinking. Are you planning to distribute this on Microsoft Store? No, it's not gonna be on the Microsoft Store. It's just gonna be a, on Mac it's a DMG. I don't know what it's called for Windows, but okay, so I'm gonna say access my AWS account via the CLI and update and add these repos respectively. Add their dev and main branches respectively. All right, I'm gonna use DD513 Codex for this. A little bit of sensitive stuff there. Yeah, an EXE, yes. Yeah, I'll test it on Windows for sure, yes. Okay, BridgeSpace, BridgeVoice. I mean, this is the annoying thing about, okay, this is the issue that I've been having with BridgeVoice. You have this workflow that's just been working for like hours at this point. I need to make a public music playlist on your channel. Yeah, 100%. It's annoying. Okay. I mean, it's just, I think there's something wrong with this. Because it's been running for an hour and 13 minutes. I don't think that this is right. I think there's something wrong with this, obviously. Ugh, it's so frustrating. Because the other night it worked like really well, so. Yeah. Alright, it says that this has been updated so we can actually rerun these. The reason that this failed is because we've included now in part of this CI/CD pipeline, or the CI pipeline, we now have part of it is running something where it'll upload the completed package to the S3 bucket, so it'll actually be downloadable, right? So that when you go to products and you go to bridge code, or not bridge code, but if you go to BridgeSpace, it'll actually be downloadable here. Same thing with BridgeVoice. Currently I spend like $400 a month. I've spent as high as $600 a month on AI. In total, I can't really give you a direct answer. Okay. This page looks terrible. The styling of this page does not follow the theme, and the spacing is not quite correct. Review the other pages on the website and then update the About page so that it follows the theme and branding of BridgeMind accordingly. Am I excited about Chat 5.3 coming out? ChatGPT, I don't use ChatGPT at all. You know, it's interesting. I think that people that use ChatGPT, I mean, just like a basic chatbot, it's like just so, at this point, it's like kind of like a normie thing, if that makes sense. Like, if people talk about ChatGPT as AI, I just am like, all right. Yeah, this does not follow the styling at all. Careers, that looks good. Contact, that looks good. Okay. What do I use for authentication? Cognito's great. Okay. Let's launch this. I need you to do an in-depth review of BridgeSpace. There are a couple issues with our terminals. For example, when I'm swapping terminals, or when I'm opening up when I'm dragging a workspace around, there are issues with our terminals where all of a sudden they will all go blank, even if they were running Codex instances or Claude instances, they will all just go blank. Here is a screenshot example of this happening. This can happen when I swap terminals or when I drag and drop them around. I don't know what is happening here, but I need you to review the code and pinpoint exactly what is causing this. All right. Yeah, let's figure out what's causing this. Don't update any code, but just do an in-depth review and pinpoint what is causing this and tell me what is the cause. It'll happen in several different instances. For example, swapping terminals, dragging, dropping a terminal to a new workspace, changing the order of workspaces. What's causing this? Do I use AWS for the rest of your stack? Why not Clerk, Superbase Auth, Next Auth? Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge AWS person. I think that being able to have all of your infrastructure and networking inside of AWS is a great way to go. If you do have the financing for it, I would recommend it. They have just a ton of options for you. If you don't have the financing for it, I would not recommend it. It's expensive, but if you do have the financing for it, I would highly recommend it. I'm most familiar with AWS because with my last startup, you know, that was the best direction for us to go, was to use AWS. So we used AWS and it was great. Yeah, so I mean, somebody asked, Bruh in chat asked, did I used to have a sweet job? So, you know, it's interesting, you know, it's like, so this is my third startup, and my primary work in each startup has been the basically like founding developer, as well as like other tasks as well. I've always had a very, very high work ethic, and it's put me in situations where I've been able to just put my head down and work incredibly hard. And I think that if you want to be a successful developer and a successful entrepreneur, in a lot of cases, that's what you need to do. You need to show up and you need to work really hard. W. Dan said, debug. I don't know. The thing is that what I don't understand is that does debug, will it be able to, I mean, how would it set up logs? It's like more of like a UI issue, isn't it? Trep said that he's Team Azure. Azure's good. I actually have been using Azure for like one of the first times this week because I've had to use it in, this failed as well. I've been having to use it for like the Windows signing, so hold on. All right, so this failed again for the same thing. This failed again. Why? Review and pinpoint why it failed, even though you had updated this for BridgeSpace. Review. All right, this is frustrating. All right, we just submitted this. Oh, it can work with console logs? Okay. Okay. This should work now. Rerun. Do you not look at the code at all? I mean, you don't really need to that often. I do look at it. I understand the architecture and the key concepts. I watch it as it builds, but in terms of studying the syntax, I don't do that a whole lot. All right, so this said that it fixed. Let's test it though. All right, so let's launch 6 agents. let's go here. Let's open up BridgeMind, and let's launch 6 Codex agents. And then what I did was I tried to swap one of these, and it blanked. It made the, yeah, see, that happened again. So you guys see the issue here, the bug? Review the screenshot. As you can see, the top left terminal and the bottom right terminal, I tried to swap with one another, and then they just both went blank. I am turning on debug mode. I need you to debug this and figure out why this is happening. All right, I'm gonna use debug mode again. Debug mode, I mean, this thing operates at pretty much like 100% hit rate. It's very, very powerful. Someone said on X that OpenAI is doing ChatGPT before 5.3, and so it's acting weird. Some people had issues with Codex. That's interesting. Miro said, when something fails or becomes frustrating, for example, a feature or a bug, do you get frustrated, and how do you deal with it? We all know it's part of the process, but for me, it's triggering. I mean, yeah, I mean, it can always, like, even like right now, right? It's like, hey, when you're doing software development in general, you're not usually like just like winning all the time, right? Like, you're going to be dealing with a lot of issues. You're going to be dealing with a lot of bugs. And part of the beauty and the reward and the amazing thing about software engineering is that you will, if you put enough time towards it and you really do work hard and like don't give up, you're going to solve the issue, and then you get a huge hit of dopamine, right? So it's like, you know, that's just part of software engineering. Okay, here are the hypotheses. So it says restart BridgeSpace so the debug instrumentation is active. So we're going to head over here. So yeah, I mean, I think that it's important not to get too discouraged. Sometimes it's a good thing to like take a step back from something. You know, it's interesting. Like, I think that, hey, if you're struggling with something, sometimes it can be really, really helpful to be able to take a step back to figure out, okay, like, what do I need to do? Like, let me just take some time off and be able to get to a good place on this, and then to come back to it, and you'll look at it completely differently, right? So I think that's a healthy thing to do sometimes if you're getting like really, really frustrated. As for, you know, hey, like, what do I think about that? I think, hey, that's just part of the process, right? So nothing that's actually worth doing is going to be easy, right? Because it wouldn't have any value anyway. So just go into it with that mindset and know that, hey, like, some of the hardest things that you're going to experience are actually going to have the biggest rewards, right? Because, all right, let's try to swap these. Okay, so you guys can see all the issues there. So we just reproduced the issue, so proceed. Did I ever do leak code? No. Leak code is like what goofy people do, like when they're in universities to like try and, I don't know. Sorry, I shouldn't say goofy. That's, I'm not gonna bash it, but I don't think that doing leak code projects is really gonna, like, unless you're just like genuinely training for like interviews, I don't think it's gonna like get you super far. I think that just like building things that you're interested in is going to get you a lot further than just doing like leak code problems, right? Because leak code is like, oh, you know, solve this, you know, build this, you know, function that does XYZ. Whereas if you're building something that you just genuinely are like interested in, then hey, you're going to solve issues, and you're going to build that problem solving across like a whole variety of different things. So like even like stuff like, oh, like setting up DNS records, right? Like if you're actually building something like a project, you're going to learn a lot more than just doing like leak code problems, right? So you can have leak coders that are fantastic coders, but you know, I think that Ilya has even said something about this where it's like, hey, even like some of these AI models, they're really, really good at doing leak code problems, but then in the grand scheme of things, like they're not that good at like the big picture, let's say. So I think that leak code can be helpful for some people, but at the end of the day, I think that, at least for me, like actually doing projects that are, okay, workspace works, but yeah, I mean, you guys can see the issues that we're running into here. How much do I work at projects daily? I work about 10 to 12 hours a day. The streaming definitely takes up like most of my energy, but you know, that's a thing, is it's like, the thing that I love most is actually building. That's why I constantly am talking about how I don't want to be a content creator, because hey, I don't want to be a content creator. The content creation portion isn't where my love is at. What I love doing is I actually love being able to build things, and being able to build things that are like incredible, right? So let's see here. So I still don't have enough runtime evidence from your app yet. The ingest pipeline works, which means your BridgeSpace. I don't understand this. Oh, I've restarted them. I can promise you that I have restarted it and that I am running it locally. You're just not receiving the logs. Why is this the case? Also, guys, we're at 584 likes. We got 399 people watching. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're making a lot of progress today. I am going to be doing a cold plunge at 600 likes. So, did you never prepare for interviews? You need a job to start out earning as a student starting out, right? I mean, it depends, right? So, I got right into businesses and entrepreneurship and investing and startup life. So that's you know, what I've done with my life, and that's the way that my life's headed. I did have like a corporate finance job, and I did very well in it, right? Like, I think that I excelled in it because you guys can probably tell I am pretty good at talking. So in the corporate world, especially in finance, I excelled at like networking and stuff and being able to communicate and speak. So I think that, you know, I could have gone down that path and been, you know, a finance bro, basically. But I decided that that just really wasn't where I was at. Like, basically sucking up to my boss for 5 years to get a promotion and get a $20,000 raise after 5 years is just not really where my mind is, like, focused on, right? Like, I want to be able to wake up every day and just be like, oh, I'm excited to do, to work. I'm excited to, you know, just show up and do what I love, right? And, you know, that I just wasn't going to get there with corporate finance, if that makes sense. Like, hey, it's just kind of goofy. I'll never forget, I was in a meeting with, like, my boss at the time and, like, one of his associates, and the guy was, like, 40 years old, and he was, like, just sucking up to basically somebody that was, like, the high person in that department. And I just remember thinking to myself, oh my gosh, like, this is a 40-year-old man, and, you know, he's having to suck up to his boss. And I was like, I don't want to be 40 years old and have to do that. I want to, like, do my own thing. So, all right, it looks like this is now working. Let's launch another terminal workspace, and let's launch this one with Claude agents and see where we get there. W. Dan said, it's what you know or who you know or both. Yeah. Alright, so let's open up another workspace, and one of the issues that I had in the other session is that even when I swapped the instances, it was just, it just kind of glitched out on me, so. Alright, when I did this, they also glitched out. See that, right there. Why? Why? Oh my gosh. Laura said, I worked as an integration engineer for the Navy, but does not lead you anywhere. It was cool being on submarines and warships. That is cool. Somebody asked, how did you get good at talking, or was it something you were born with? I mean, that's a good question. I would, like, the best recommendation, I've always been decent at talking. I think a good example would be, like, when I was in college, I was in a speech class, and it was, like, the final presentation for the semester, right? This was maybe, like, 4 years ago now. It was my freshman year of college, so 4 or 5 years ago. 4? I don't know. But, you know, it was interesting because we had this final presentation, right? And you were supposed to give a 10-minute speech on, like, some heavily researched thing that you had worked on, like, for, like, 2 months in the semester, right? And everybody was going up and giving these, like, highly detailed presentations, and I actually didn't prepare or do anything for my project. And I went up there and I just completely made up a speech on the spot about something related to, like, health, right? and I got up in front of everybody and I gave my speech and I got like a 99% or whatever, right? Like I pretty much got a perfect score. And I was making up everything as I was speaking. Like I would be making up statistics. I would be like, did you know that 74% of the United States is obese? Or like something like that, right? And I would then like go into like some spiel about that. And, you know, I think that I use that as an example of I've always been decent at talking. And that would be an example, right? Where I've always had a lot of self-confidence when speaking. Okay, guys, we did just pass 600 likes, so it is cold plunge time. I do want to test this out. Let's see if this... I don't think this is going to have worked, unfortunately. Open up BridgeMind. Let's launch cursor agents in this one just for fun. Alright, we hit 600 likes. Alright, it didn't... Oh, my gosh, why? Yeah, cursor is not doing it for us here. Alright, we're going to do a cold plunge here in a second. Danito said fake it till you make it. Yeah. Alright, guys, we are going to be doing a cold plunge here in a second. I do want to prompt a couple more times. Did it get any of the... And I don't know if W Dan's still here, but this is the issue that I thought we would have with debugging. Like, I mean, I guess it should be doing console logs, right? But here's the thing. I don't think it was necessarily something I was born with, Ibram. So, because, like, if you look back... I would recommend looking back to day one of vibe coding an app until I make $1 million. And, you know, like anything else, if you practice it and you do it every day, you're going to get a lot better at it, right? So if you go back to day one, you go check out that stream, you'll see that, like, basically I don't flow as well, right? I don't really know what I'm doing, right? So, you know, you can just go back to that and you can see the improvement over 130 days. It's just like anything else, right? The more you do it, you're going to get better at it and you're going to have more opportunities because you're going to be better at it, right? So, all right, let's let this work. Let's do a quick cold plunge and then we'll get back to grinding. But let's hold on, guys. Let's move up here. Alright, guys, I'm going to do some push-ups real quick, and then we'll do a cold plunge. Alright. Alright, I'm going to go throw my swim trunks on, then we'll go do a cold plunge, guys. Give me 1 second, I'll be back. All right, guys, let's get it. All right, can you guys hear me? All right, perfect. Cool. All right, guys, cold plunge. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, guys. Cold plunge. You know, just remember, like, one of the big reasons that we do the cold plunge is it's great for self-discipline. You know, every time I do the cold plunge, it's an opportunity to discipline myself. That's just my perspective on it. Okay. All right, let's set a timer. Set a timer for 2 minutes. All right, let's go, chat. All right, hold on, let's restart it. Okay. All right, let's go, guys. Woo! All right, we did it. Let's go. Woo! Let's go, chat. All right, let's go, guys. All right, back to the grind. Woo! Okay, guys, that was cold. We were back to it though. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay. All right, here is the Clawdbot setup if you guys haven't seen this already. I do need to get those like fully configured and finished configured, but it may take a little bit of time. All right, guys. Thank you for 600 likes. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I am going to go throw on a hoodie and get dried off, and I will be right back. Let's go, guys. All right, chat, we're back. Let's go. Somebody said, check the BridgeMind blog. There's a problem with images. All right, let's see. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Thank you. Shout out to Yasin. Appreciate it. Review the blog. Note that none of these blogs actually have images associated with them, so you can remove the images entirely. Okay. All right, let's see if that GitHub action workflow did finish. Pull up BridgeSpace. Oh. So it looks like that did work. Oh, wow. All right, guys, so check this out. So for BridgeSpace, we're having a lot more success there. What you guys see here is on this, hold on, why did I just do that? I accidentally just combined these. But if you guys look at this here, how do I fix this? Okay. Separate views. There you go. Okay, so look at this, guys. So the macOS build, Windows build, and Linux build all are working for BridgeMind, for BridgeSpace. So the big question is, now can we go over here and actually install BridgeSpace? Let's see. So if we go over here, BridgeSpace, download for macOS. It did download. All right, hold up here. So we did download a DMG. Let's stop it locally, and let's now open this up. Oh, wow. Okay, so here it is. Drag in your applications. So there it is right there, BridgeSpace. Let's go, chat. All right, so now if I launch this, yes, open it. Wow, here it is, guys. Let's go. Let's go, chat. All right, so this is downloading. All right, hold up here. Let me try and actually get in here. Oh. All right, so we did get redirected back, but We got a 403. Alright, so I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop in the screenshot. So close. Curious on your thoughts on adding OpenClaw to your app setup. Would be a good user base to boost the user base. I've been looking at making a tool for it, just haven't finished yet. Might submit it. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. All right. Would you use the BridgeMind CLI to access my AWS account and look at the most recent logs to pinpoint this 403 error? This happened when I tried to sign in to BridgeSpace in production. I had downloaded BridgeSpace and I got redirected to the BridgeMind AI login page for BridgeSpace. I authenticated, I then got redirected back to BridgeSpace where I got this 403 error. Would you review this and pinpoint what caused this? I am using 5.3 in Cursor. Yeah, I'm actually using that right now. And I'm gonna add BridgeSpace. So we're so close on like a couple different things. For BridgeVoice, the only limiting factor from us having this ready to be pushed to production is the fact that we did push our latest build, and it's been running in GitHub Actions for a while now. I don't know why the notarization process is taking so long. Marcius, I saw you ask that question a couple times. I mean, I think that security is always something that you're going to be concerned about as a developer, not just when you're vibe coding. Vibe coding also has, certain vulnerabilities that it will open you up to. But the thing is that you are an extension of the AI is an extension of the developer. So if you don't do anything to mitigate like security vulnerabilities, right? Yeah, it's going to be an issue because your app's going to be wide open. Like I think that the Moltbot app, if you guys remember that, which lasted only a couple days, all that hype, the person, they didn't protect it at all. So, okay. So we did find a 403. I do want to now check this. Now you're good, Marcius. There's sometimes like some questions I get like asked a ton, and that's one of them. And sometimes like with questions that I get asked a ton, I won't like repeat them over and over just for everybody else's sake. No, the keys are not part of the repo. Okay. Okay, so I did find the 403. I mean, it's not a subscription gate. Okay, also, let's see here. Man, we are so close to having this pushed into production. Just a couple more things. Gonna have to get Windows as well, but very close on Mac. Okay, let's go here, and let's pull up Codex. Let's launch this here. I need you to review these logs of the GitHub action workflow for BridgeVoice. Why is it that the notarization process is taking so long? These are the logs for BridgeVoice. I'm just curious as to why it takes so long for BridgeVoice, but not very long for BridgeSpace to be able to notarize this so that users can actually download it. Why is the notarization process for BridgeVoice taking so long? Is there an issue? Do I recommend the AirPods Maxes? Yeah, I do like them. YT Destruction said, I am new here. Can you tell me about your BridgeMind tool? Don't we have Claude Code and so many other tools? Yeah, so I mean, first of all, there's not one particular BridgeMind tool. You can go to bridgemind.ai. Also, I'll drop a command in the chat. But right now, we're building 4 products. I just dropped the command in the chat that'll allow you to see them and read a little bit more about them. But we're launching the BridgeMind MCP, which is already launched. We are launching BridgeVoice, which is a voice-to-text tool. We're launching BridgeSpace, which is an ADE, and we're launching BridgeCode, which is an agentic coding CLI. So it's basically an entire suite of vibe coding tools. It's not just like one particular thing, right? So for the price of $20 a month, you'll be able to have access to all these BridgeMind tools. So it's not one particular thing. They all work together so that rather than having to buy Whisperflow, Claude Code, use Kanban, get Aqua Voice, use Warp. Like, you can just have one subscription. All these products are going to replace every single tool in my workflow. I'll only be using BridgeMind related products. So I'm excited to be able to get these actually deployed because BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace, in my opinion, are like 2 of the biggest value adds for sure in this suite of tools. So, all right, let me pull this up real quick. All right, so Codex is working here. All right, guys, I'm setting a like goal of 700 likes on the stream. Let's go. And I will say, like, shout out to you guys because pro subscribers are pouring in this stream. Even since I last checked, we have another 2 people that have signed up. So shout out to you guys. Sierra said, definitely want a hoodie. Yeah, I'm working on merch, probably around 100,000 subscribers, where there's going to be a pretty big release. I've got a lot of stuff in the pipeline, so. No, you wouldn't still need a Claude subscription, because we'll have Bridge Code, and there are going to be free models with Bridge Code. Swimmy said, what do you do to manage costs of the coding part? I've started looking into running a model locally to handle coding tasks since those are pretty deterministic. I mean, I spend a decent amount of money on AI coding tools. I think they're worth the money. They're worth the investment. If you're using a frontier model, you're going to get a lot further than if you're using a local model that's, 100 points behind it. Probably even more, probably 200 points behind it. Okay, so it says what the logs indicate. Not just notarization. BridgeVoice is building a universal MAC binary, which means 2 Rust build targets. Your logs show that pattern clearly. Repeated warnings plus that. BridgeSpace runs ARM64 and x64 in separate matrix jobs, so wall time feels shorter. BridgeVoice notarization is inside the same Tory step, so when Apple is slow, it just looks like one long hanging step. I mean, there is a command that can check on this. Crazy Gamer, yeah, you've been around for a while. Andre said, keep going, sub yesterday, excited to test BridgeVoice. 100%, man, thank you. Yeah, BridgeVoice, we're so close. I don't know why we're having this error here. Because, like, here's what I don't understand. If I look at the GitHub action workflows for BridgeSpace, it's immediate, and this is what I don't understand. This issue happened for me yesterday as well. Or not yesterday, 2 days ago. So if you go to BridgeMind, and we go to, like, BridgeSpace, for example, here, we can go into this actions, and this here, this macOS build completed like pretty much immediately, right? Now for BridgeVoice, it got stuck, and it's been trying to like notarize for, what has it been now, like 2 hours, right? So I think there's an issue with this. I think we may as well just cancel this workflow. We have a big goal on our list today. I mean, if we could get macOS deployed for both, that would be absolutely phenomenal. We just tested the BridgeSpace download. It is working. The only issue is that it's throwing a 403. We actually had a cursor agent trying to figure out what was the cause of that. So let's see here. BridgeSpace. Oh. Okay, guys, so check this out. That actually makes sense. Oh. That's actually perfect. Okay, so check this out, guys. So the root cause has been identified. So after Cursor analyzed our logs, it said the 403 is coming from API subscription gating, which is perfect because that means that this is a very simple adjustment. Okay, this is actually great because this means that this issue is simple for us to solve. Instead of it throwing a 403, it should instead have a user-friendly message that says something along the lines of Alright, here's the question. Should we have it redirect to the website to have people subscribe, or should we let them get in? Let the user sign in and enter BridgeSpace, and then we have the subscription gating inside of BridgeSpace. I want them to at least be able to sign into BridgeSpace and not throw a 403 right when they're signing in. Review this logic and create a structured plan around what we would need to update to get this to work correctly, and then show me the plan. All right, so we'll do a plan real quick. All right, so we'll do a plan first. Okay, it's gonna do a plan. And then for this here, review the differences between how BridgeVoice does the Mac build and BridgeSpace does the Mac build. BridgeSpace does the Mac build correctly every single time. For some reason, BridgeVoice does not have it complete correctly every single time. Would you review the logic in both projects related to the macOS builds and update BridgeVoice to get it working correctly with a similar approach to BridgeSpace? Yeah, the API, we haven't pushed the API yet, so the waiting lists are going to throw a 404 until we actually push the latest code. The UI code has been pushed, not the backend code. I probably should do that now, actually. Alright, let's see, is this able to complete? Yes. Alright, so here it is. And this is the biggest thing, is that when I'm trying to log in and authenticate, it should at least let me log in, right? But the problem is that it throws that 403. If we pull BridgeSpace back up, the reason that we're getting this 403 here is because there's a subscription guard right on the login, which is not intended. It should not. That's not the approach I want. Russ said, why do people prefer CLI-based agents when context and chats aren't even remembered? I mean, here's the thing, is that you don't want to carry your context and chats everywhere. I don't think that you want to. Like, I personally, as a vibe coder, I want to be able to open a fresh chat. I don't want to open something and it's got like something that I was doing from 2 weeks ago that's like basically redundant at this point in my stuff, right? Like I don't want that included. So, all right, let me see this. All right, this one's working. Okay. It'd be great if we could get this building. I think BridgeSpace, we could ship it live. If we can get past this 403, I mean, it literally technically is live, so. I'm interested to see how the auto updates work, though. Let's actually ask real quick. How do the auto updates work for BridgeSpace? For example, after I issue a new release, how do users update BridgeSpace on their computer? I'm pretty sure that it does polling. We built this a couple days ago. Oh, no way. Guys, check this out. OpenAI. We're starting to roll out a test for ads in ChatGPT today to a subset of free and Go users in the US. Ads do not influence ChatGPT answers. Ads are labeled as sponsored and visually separate from the response. Our goal is to give everyone access to ChatGPT for free with fewer limits while protecting the trust they place in it for important personal tasks. That's crazy. ChatGPT with ads, guys. You heard it here first. It's officially here. All right, this looks good. This one. Okay, so this is how it works. Try again. Be very, very simple and concise in your output. So yeah, so Bemba, I actually am using Tori. Yeah, we already did the cold plunge. Cold plunge is done. Yeah, Claude did announce that they won't be doing ads. Alright, so after you publish a new BridgeSpace release on GitHub, BridgeSpace checks for updates automatically at startup or every few hours. If it finds one, it downloads it in the background. Here's my question. Where does it look for these updates? Add Altman, yeah. What's Shannon? Add Altman, I like that. Hold on, this is incorrect. Remember that this is a private repo. Will this work? Do a review of our S3 plus CloudFront infrastructure that we have for the releases. Does this need to be updated? I think it may. Review. Yeah, I don't think that's right. Access my AWS account via the CLI. I don't think this is right, so. Alright, BridgeSpace gating is now done. Great work. I now want you to push this in a new release to the dev branch 1.0.2. Alright, so now what I'm trying to figuring out is, hey, how do you actually do these releases, right? That's very important. And BridgeMind website is just UI and not logo. Is it good like that? No, we're updating that. It's not good. I haven't spent that much time on that page, so. Okay. Yeah, there's a big difference between high and extra high for sure. Speaking of which, I did have an agent that was working on that about page, so thank you for reminding me. Let's take a look at it. So company, about. BridgeMind is a new kind of company where AI agents are teammates, not tools. We pioneer vibe coding, building software through natural language intent rather than... Alright. That's pretty sick. Alright. I will say Codex did a much better job, 5.3, with UI. UI is a lot better. Alright, says this is completed. So now my question is here. Let me make sure. Okay, we'll give that a second. But it looks like this deployed. Let's see if this, now if we go here, and we go to BridgeSpace, is that now deploying? Do you ask the AI how to make the website more secure? You can do security vulnerability checks. I do them often. Alright. So we'll let these build, and we'll test out the new release here in a second. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and I'm going to put up the FBI cam, and then we'll keep going. Extra high, I get like a couple prompts with extra high in the $20 subscription. It's not great. Marcia said, watch the blog. Did the images get fixed? Let's check. It should have. That's like definitely a one shot. Yeah. All right, speaking of blog. Review the BridgeMind blog. I now need you to write 4 new blog articles, each one targeting each product in the BridgeMind vibe coding suite. The dates should be in February of 2026 for when the blogs were written. Make sure that they integrate best practices for SEO and target the keywords vibe coding, BridgeMind. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I did have a cursor instance that was looking at this issue. The issue that we were having was on auto updating. Wait. Okay, so this is the auto updater. Somebody said, what's your daily schedule? I wake up very early. I like to take some time to myself to be able to just like read, journal a little bit. Then I start working. I pretty much work about 10 to 12 hours a day. All right, so private repo note. All right, first of all, let's check the GitHub release. So yeah, so this one finished. Like this one here, why is this one taking so long? Let me check. I just want to make sure there's nothing. Oh, this one's done too. Perfect. All right, check this out, guys. So this one is done, and this is what I don't understand, and what I'm trying to figure out with this agent here. And it looks like this is done as well. But like this one has the ARM64 and the X64 builds completing like on average within 5 minutes. So you can see these are all building within 5 minutes, and it does have a notarization step. But what I don't understand is I have other builds that for some reason like just are not, like for BridgeVoice, if we go back over to BridgeVoice, some of these builds are going for like hours and hours and hours on end. So I don't understand why that actually is. Let's go over to repos and pull up BridgeVoice, because what we need to do is however it's being done in BridgeSpace, even though that's an Electron project and the BridgeVoice is not Electron, it's Rust. You know, I think we'll have to just see if we can fix this so that it's on average 5 minutes, because the other one got stuck. So definitely worth looking at. Great work. Let's now push this to dev and kick off a new version for BridgeVoice. All right, so we're gonna push to the dev branch. I'm gonna see what it does. Somebody said, do I pay for Cursor Pro? I didn't realize I can't use max mode in Cursor. So I have the Cursor Pro. Yes, I spend $60 a month. I also have $10,000 in Cursor credits. So I've been using those. Yes, let's go. All right, let's go back over to that cursor. While that's going, let's go back over to cursor and see. Okay, for this. Okay, be very, very concise. What do I need to do? I don't think that the GitHub releases is the correct approach based off of the infrastructure that we now have with S3 and CloudFront. Would you help me figure out the updates that we need to make to our auto updater to make sure that this now follows our new CI pipeline? Don't update any code, just tell me exactly what we need to do to fix this. Somebody asked, do I still have 10,000 in Cursor credits, or did I deplete a lot? Yeah, so I mean, I spent about $1,000 today on Cursor credits because we were testing out Hold on, I just get another 4K. What is this? Your account has a credit balance that will automatically be applied to your next invoice. Oh, I love Cursor. Benefits of building the public, boys. Racks. Okay. Yes, you should move auto updater off GitHub releases. Okay. Great work. I now need you to create a structured plan for this update with no breaking changes, or you go to jail. All right. So let that do its thing. Let's go over to Codex here. This one is still. This one's pushing. I've been self-funding BridgeMind to date. I've invested 30,000. Of that 30,000, I've burned 10, but then I made close to $40,000 in revenue. So, you know, right now BridgeMind's doing pretty good. Okay, looks like we have now kicked off this build. So what you're gonna see now is what I did, and this is like a common AI approach, is that if you have something working in one area, right? Like if you have something working where, let's say, I have a certain theme that I like on a page, right? This is just a good example. If you say, hey, I want you to use this theme on this other page, it's gonna do a very, very good job at going to that one page to see the theme that you actually like, and then applying it to the other page that will basically replicate the theme that you told it to replicate. AI is very good at doing this. So if you have something that's working, you can use it as reference and build very, very quickly using AI, because AI is very good at replicating things, okay? So if I say, hey, go update the theme to match this theme, boom, it'll do a very good job. If you say, go update the workflow in this case so that it matches this workflow, it will do a very good job. Now, the biggest thing that we're looking at in this workflow is that we were having issues with the notarization process for the Apple build. For some reason, like, it took 6 hours the other night and then never completed because it expired. The GitHub action workflow that I was had expired after 6 hours, so I never got it done. This one, on the other hand, we'll see, this one is replicating the BridgeSpace workflow. So we'll see, it's compiling right now. You guys can see what it's doing here. This is what the workflow is doing, it's just compiling all this. But we'll see if it works. We need to celebrate when you launch BridgeSpace. Yeah, I think BridgeSpace is going to be big. BridgeVoice is also going to be big. You know, it's interesting because right now we have over 80 people that are subscribed to the BridgeMind Pro plan in under a week, right? So the only product that we actually have available to people is literally the BridgeMind MCP, which is great, but it's not really an ecosystem yet. I think that when we launch BridgeVoice, when we launch BridgeSpace, and when we launch BridgeCode, this is basically going to be an entire vibe coding ecosystem. You have your voice to text tool, you have an MCP task management tool, and you have a CLI tool, and you also have an ADE. So pretty much for the price of one subscription, you're able to get an entire suite of tools that can replace multiple different products in your workflow. I know it's going to replace WhisperFlow for me. I know that it's going to replace Warp for me. I know that it's going to replace any other task management that I would need. And so, you know, it's just like, I think we're building something of value here. And what's going to happen is with the launch of each of these products, I think we're going to see a pretty big uptick in subscriptions. But just to start with only the BridgeMind MCP, we're already over 80. So I'm looking forward to launching these products. The goal, I would say, like, we'll probably be able to launch them this week. I'm going to have some time later this evening where I'm just going to be working offline, where I can do a little bit more sensitive things, and we'll be able to launch on Windows, I think, as well. I do want to see Cursor real quick. How's Cursor doing with this? Okay, so here's the auto updater migration. So migrate BridgeSpace auto updates from GitHub releases to S3 CloudFront with a compatibility first rollout that avoids breaking existing installations. So this was what we had in this stream. When we came into this stream, we were on GitHub releases, and we actually changed that to S3 in CloudFront, and this actually is now working. We can download BridgeSpace and we can download BridgeVoice, but there's some issues that we have with both. The issue that we had with BridgeVoice is that it was actually using the incorrect URL for this, so we had to update BridgeVoice, and then that error led us into this issue that we're having with notarization. But right now we made some changes, and now we'll see here. You can see that this build is actually still going, but we'll see here if BridgeVoice will be able to deploy to Mac as well. I think it will. We have all the functionality built. We have all the pipelines built. We have everything deployed. We just need to get this so that this actually will notarize correctly. Did I apply to YC? I did not. I'm probably not really looking for VC money. I'm more interested in funding this myself, and I think that, like, especially where we're at currently, you know, a lot of companies, you think like, oh, I need to get VC money, but, you know, what'll happen is, like, hey, if we're under $500,000 in revenue and we go out to get money from a VC, we'll get, you know, when I say we, like, I just mean like, hey, like, I'm gonna have to give up a lot of equity in this company that I've basically been pouring my life into for, you know, 6 months now. And BridgeMind is a phenomenal brand. I think that there's a bunch of value in the brand. I think if I needed to raise money, I could not get totally killed if I raised money now. But the thing is that I want to raise money when I can, like, get, you know, a decent amount of money, and I'm not going to get absolutely axed on equity, if that makes sense. So I'm not going to be looking for any money anytime soon. I'll just continue to self-fund. Data Sherpa, thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, let me see I hope they're not notarizing yet. Like, I don't understand the difference in the notarization process. It hasn't notarized yet. VC is venture capital. Alright, so we're still right here in the build process. Okay. Alright, perfect. Alright, so every 4 hours it looks for a new release. Oh, 403. So is this deployed yet, or hold on here? So let's go back over to BridgeSpace. Did BridgeSpace deploy? Yeah, merch will come out at 100K for sure. Oh, cool. Okay, perfect. All right, so yeah, you can see the macOS build succeeded here for both 5 minutes, and that's why I don't understand. Hey, with BridgeVoice, unless I'm just not understanding why there's such a big difference. I mean, it shouldn't be taking 5 hours to notarize your app. It should take like 5 minutes. So I just feel like there's something wrong with our workflow. Blackwell asks, have I ever worked a normal job? Yeah, I was at finance. I literally had, if I wanted to be like a finance bro, I would have made a great finance bro. Crazy Gamer said Rust takes forever to build. Yeah, maybe we should refactor. I don't think we should refactor it, but... Alright, let's try something real quick. So now what we're going to do is we're going to re-download this, all right? So we're going to go to localhost. We're going to go to BridgeSpace, and we're going to download BridgeSpace. Drag it into applications, and we should have to replace. So I'm going to replace. Oh, it's in use. All right, let's force quit this. Force quit. Replace. Okay. I did not study CS, no. I'm totally self-taught. I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy. That's how I got my initial knowledge. Okay. So, let's now open up BridgeSpace. And if you guys remember, the issue that we had is we were getting 403s on sign up, okay? So we're gonna do sign in with browser. I'm gonna hide this just for a second so I can log in. Ah. It says authentication failed. Please try signing in again. Oh, chat. Oh. You got this. Was it this one? I re-downloaded the latest package after you updated this, and now I'm getting this error after I sign in. Would you review the logs and pinpoint what caused this, and help me create a structured plan on what needs to be updated so that this will work for BridgeSpace? I mean, is it like a cores issue? Right? It could be cores. For example, is this a cores issue? Review our API. It could be an issue with our web application firewall. I want you to review the web application firewall. I want you to review the logs and pinpoint exactly what is causing this. Okay. Yeah. Wait, how do I... How do I check the console logs in production if I was getting errors here for BridgeSpace after I've actually downloaded the application onto my Mac? I mean, I will say we have made a ton of progress just in terms of even getting this downloaded on the Mac. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to set up logs for that for sure. Also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right. Open quickly. Terminal. I want you to do this for me. Check my logs real quick. I'm gonna have it check my logs to see what it came up with. Look at this, guys. Pulling the logs. All right, guys, who wants to do some push-ups with me while this works? It looks like, let's check here. BridgeVoice is still, come on. It's stuck on the same exact issue. I want you to review this. Why is the signing and notarization process when I am deploying this for Mac taking so long in GitHub Action workflows? Is it because I'm using Rust and Rust takes so long to build? What could be the cause of this? BridgeSpace builds and signs and notarizes so quickly. Yeah, I mean, it literally may be worth refactoring the entirety of it to like Electron or something. Because look at this. So bundling BridgeVoice. You guys see this? And then signing with identity, signing, and it'll just stay on this page for like hours. There's a mic echo. Yeah, I know it's causing that. Thank you. I'll fix that. There you go. There you go. Sorry about that. There you go. So yeah, this is like the biggest issue at hand right now. Alright, 1 second here. Alright, so it works locally perfectly. I'm into this just fine. Okay, what the logs show. Okay, I'm gonna test something, and it may be that the Cognito auth doesn't do the handoff properly, and we may just need to set up a basically a new user that is an email and password user, because that's what I've been testing locally, right? So email and password works just great locally, but I tested this flow in production with a flow that I've never tested in dev for whatever reason. It's not good. Hold on here. What is causing this 409 issue when I'm trying to sign up? Review the logs and tell me exactly why this is happening. Somebody asked, do I mainly do body weight workouts? No. Okay, the web app actually firewall. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So I am now creating a new account. I think I have a feeling that this should work. Oh wow. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do, chat. We've got this, okay? Sign in with the browser. Let me sign in. If we get in here, be huge. All right, open BridgeSpace. Why? Edodak, what's up, man? I just attempted to sign into BridgeSpace again, and am once again getting this same error. I need you to pinpoint exactly what is causing this and and tell me how to fix it. How am I sustaining myself? This is my third startup. And so I've invested capital into the business, and you know, initially I lost, you know, I invested 30,000, so I invested an initial amount, and recently we had a couple successful things, so Alright, Sarah, you guys are literally just watching me drink water right now, but I'm doing sensitive actions. Sensitive actions over here. It's on this monitor. Why does BridgeSpace sign and notarize in less than 5 minutes, but BridgeVoice takes a significant amount of time? For example, it's been 15 minutes and it's still working. It's stuck on this step here. All right, and I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Grab the logs. I mean, yeah, this is an issue. I had this the other night, and what did make sense is that I rebuilt it, and I rebuilt it to like combine the steps, and it worked like immediately. And then, yeah, now I'm having this issue again. So I want it to be able to build. It should be within like 5 minutes. Will BridgeCode have the ability to use any model link Codex Opus through their API or only through BridgeMind? Yes, it'll allow you to connect to anything. But also there's going to be an official BridgeCode API that offers free models for vibe coding. Yeah, if you guys are watching and haven't already joined the Discord, I'm about to drop a link in the chat. Make sure you guys join. We just broke 5,000 members, so we're already at 5,075. But if you guys didn't know, BridgeMind is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now. You know, I started this community, and you know, really, I started it because, hey, I'm just super passionate about vibe coding. I've been doing this for over 3 years now, and you know, I do the live streaming, and I think that a lot of people understand that, like, I'm just very passionate about this. So I want to build a community, and I want to build a community of other people that are passionate about AI and building things and being entrepreneurs and doing something different with your life. A lot of people like in this community are on the cutting edge of the AI revolution. Like every time a model comes out, everybody's talking, everybody's testing it, everybody's, you know, it's just a very entertaining place to be. Honestly, I've learned so much from so many people there. Okay, this one just finished, and it's just a great place to be. All right, so it said, you're not stuck on these warnings. Those lines are normal, Rust dead code warnings, and do not block signing or notarization. What's happening in your log? So the Rust build finishes, and then it starts code signing, which is normal. After that, Tory Action submits to Apple notarization and waits. GitHub often shows little to no output during this wait. So this is the part that I'm getting stuck on, and I wasn't getting stuck on this. It's so frustrating. Why BridgeVoice can take longer than BridgeSpace. So BridgeVoice is a Tory Rust native build and includes compiler plus build plus sign plus notarize in one step. BridgeSpace uses Electron Forge publish flow with a different notarization path. Apple notarization queue time is highly variable. 15 minutes is still normal. Fast is less than 5 minutes. But that doesn't make any sense because I've been trying to notarize them at the same time, right? So when to treat as a real issue repeatedly over 45 to 60 minutes on notarization, which this is what I'm experiencing. I'm experiencing repeated 45 to, not even that, longer than that. I went for 6 hours and it didn't even work. So, I mean, let's just double check because it's still, yeah, it's still building. So that's just not right. That's just not right. Before we move on any further with that, let me check up on this other agent over here. Oh, perfect. This is great. Okay, it did find my issue. Okay, I want you to make the changes in the web application firewall, and then I will test it again. Let me know when you are done. Okay, perfect. Any ETA on the release of BridgeCode? I mean, it could come as soon as next week. We're moving very quickly, so I continue to experience this. Okay. Okay, this is saying that I'm good to test the sign-in again for BridgeSpace. Let's test it. No way. Guys, it worked. We are in. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Okay, BridgeSpace. Working. BridgeSpace works, guys. Oh, let's go. All right, this is going to give me... So can I launch, let's launch 6 Codex agents. No, I don't think it's launching the modals. Hold on here. So it's letting me go there. Okay. Okay. Have a good one, Crazy Gamer. Thanks for tuning in. All right, so I think that this is related to the subscription gating. Let me test this. You know what? I probably need to be testing this in an isolated environment. Like on one of my Mac Minis or something. Okay. We're so close. Yeah, I'm gonna check the logs. Okay, push it. Okay, so this is the plan here, this is going to create 2 separate steps for the macOS build. So it's gonna have the build and the notarization be separate steps, and then the notarization is going to have some additional polling and logging. So this may allow us to see, okay, did something like fail that we're not seeing? That's the biggest issue that we're having. Now with BridgeSpace, it looks like the issue to me is that, and we'll test this. We're gonna do something to test this real quick. So what I want to see is, let's try actually upgrading to Pro. So I'm going to upgrade to Pro, and then I'm going to see if I am able to take those actions once I have the Pro plan. Okay, so I'm just going to sign up for a free trial. So you guys are going to see that. So start 7-day free trial. I'm going to actually need this real quick. That's one thing that I need to figure out, is I don't even know how to check the logs with BridgeSpace. I need to figure that out. Okay, so we did just get the free trial activated. So now what we need to do is let's go back over to BridgeSpace here. And now let's see, we're gonna try 2 different things. Let's just do a single, next, open. Okay, that failed as well. Let's force quit, let's re-authenticate and see if that does anything. Do BridgeSpace. So, this. Gonna log in. Okay, so that did work. Now, let's see, let's open up a new BridgeSpace workspace. That also didn't work. Okay, what the heck? Okay, let's launch this locally. Are we having this issue locally? Okay, we're in. Now, this is where we find out that it works fine locally and not fine in production. No, chat. Why? Oh, yeah, I know why. What about for all the other endpoints? So you just allowed these URIs, but what about the other endpoints where I'm trying to access the API from BridgeSpace? Is it going to block all other endpoints? Did we just clear these endpoints? Review. Because I am having issues using BridgeSpace in production, and it may be associated with it not having access to the subscription-related endpoints that check what subscription I have. All right, so I do have a good idea here. I think that it seems to me like it's an issue with it's definitely an issue with, I think, the web application firewall, because what is my configuration? I don't know. It's at 96 gigabytes of RAM. It's an M3 Ultra Studio. Okay. Okay. Yeah, somebody, OG Testy, said I looked tired. I'm pretty tired. But you still push through. You still show up and push through. Every day, guys. Progress. Let's go. Okay. Let's go over here. So, yeah. So, I mean, this is the issue that we have, right? It's like... Alright, so I'm going to cancel this, because, I mean, yeah, it's been running for over 30 minutes, so got to cancel that. Try pushing BridgeVoice again. Push a new tag so it updates and pushes immediately. Alright, let's see what Cursor said. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Update this accordingly. Let me know when you have finished the updates. Okay. All right, so let's go over to yes, deploy. Yes, deploy. All right, so it's asking me to test prod again. All right, so BridgeSpace. All right, you got Vibe goggles for good luck here. Oh, what? All right, hold up here. Just launch again. Redirecting me to the wrong endpoint. Alright, Vibe goggles were not good luck. Alright, quit BridgeSpace. Quit. Okay, let's open this up. BridgeSpace. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's authenticate. Open BridgeSpace. Alright, we're in. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Why? Why, chat? Yeah, I did try out fast. All right, chat. I think I need to do some work in AWS and do a couple things that are going to be a little bit more sensitive because I need to get into my AWS. I need to look at logs. I need to do a lot of just a little bit more sensitive stuff on stream. So we've been going for 5 hours. I think this is a good place to stop the stream for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will be live tomorrow, potentially live later tonight, but also I'll probably have some videos out. I did get a chance to try that Opus 4.6 fast model, and we did spend, we're at $1,200 on cursor credits. So, you know, my thoughts on that model were just very, very expensive for not really a great reason. So we'll give this a shot off stream, and I think we'll be able to get to solving this. But you know, just as a kind of a recap, we are very, very close to having this BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace push to production. You guys can just see that I'm having a couple small issues, so I'll get these fixed up, and I mean, it'd be great to have a release tomorrow. Just depends on when we're actually able to get these builds completed and everything working in production in the actual downloaded macOS app. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Join the Discord. And with that being said, guys, I'll see you guys in the future.